Welcome to the Roundtable by Planet Underground. I'm Jimmy Wang, and my co-host here, co-moderator here is Mike Martin with C-SCAN. I'm with the Creative Partners. And the topic this morning is utility damage statistics, leading or misleading. And can the panelists please briefly introduce yourselves and then opine on the topic?
Tracy Pursell with Bloodhound.
Gerald Johnson, USIC Locating.
Good morning, Doug Kenyon with Stake Center.
Bill Turner, president of Tennessee 811.
Okay, great, thank you. So who wants to start here on the topic at hand?
What was the question again?
Yeah.
Utility damage statistics, leading or misleading?
Well, baited question, depending on your stakeholder group, I would assume. Being a utility locator and knowing for when we talk about utility damage statistics in regards to the DIRT report, knowing that utility locators provide the highest amount of data, folks might consider that information potentially skewed one way or the other. Excavators with some of the lower end of the contributions, were those percentages of error rate looking at higher locator versus excavator, locators looking at actually closer to even with regard to excavation failure versus locator failure. I believe locator errors for locator submissions are around 26%. I want to say excavators might go as high as 35 or plus % on their submissions. So unfortunate that maybe there's a little bit of differentiation there. But when we talk about it being potentially misleading, I think you've got to look at the sources. So when you're talking about a contract locator, you're looking at them bringing in all information for all utilities they're working for and providing that data, as opposed to some of the excavators that are doing those submissions. You really got to look at the type of folks that are submitting that data. Is it really all excavators, Or is it going to be those excavators that commonly hold best practices already, which might not have some of these same self-reported errors that you might see from those excavators that don't practice those best practices? So in that regard, unfortunate that from an excavator standpoint, some of that information might be a little skewed from the perspective of being those excavators that utilize all those best practices, when there are an exponential number of more damages that will occur by those excavators that would not employ those same practices. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, from a locator perspective, all of those damages and reports would be submitted, which would kind of show some of that evening out. So
I think that the damage information is very helpful. Being in the industry for a long time, that's kind of been the missing link that we've not had. I think in the past, companies have tracked their damage information, but they've not shared it. And now that we're in a more shared environment and readily available, I know from the one call perspective, it allows us to now pinpoint the target where we need to promote and educate people that are causing damages. So as the information's become more available, yes, it needs to be boiled down a little bit, because everybody's going to report their information a little bit differently. But as a whole, we've got data now. We've got information that says this is the type of activity, or this is the type of person that's causing damages. So from a promotional and educational perspective, it's valuable information. But yes, everybody's going to have their little twist on it, but the data itself, hugely valuable.
And I think too that like the question is leading or misleading. Damage statistics, are they leading or misleading? And I think of it a little bit differently. Are they leading or lagging, right? Damage stats, I think, are extremely helpful, like you talked about, right? We can learn a lot about it. We can increase communication, education, awareness based on those facts. But I do believe it's a lagging indicator, right? It's stuff that's already happened. And I think what we glean from damage statistics can help feed some of the predictive analytics that are going in to prevent damages before they occur, right?
Absolutely.
Well, not only the analytic piece, but I'll go back to what you shared earlier, the education piece, right? I mean, they're able to target who's making these damages, who doesn't have a best practice within their organization. Let's connect with them and mitigate those. Before, we didn't have the stats,
Right.
to be able to say, who do I talk to? So it was just a shotgun approach. Now it's a more targeted approach to be able to do that education. But I think the next piece is, what are we going to do with the information? And what's the best course of action with the information?
yeah, I think, and on that note, with utilizing the data, it's still kind of a staggering number to think of near 30% folks still not making a notification to begin with, leading to a damage. I mean, it's hard to sit and say we haven't done quite a bit to at least get the word out. I mean, just the transition alone to 811, making it as simple as possible just to get a notification to the call center, and then you still see the same number of damages as a result of no notification at all. So in that regard, as far as targeting goes, we've done a lot of targeting to some degree with regards to that single segment of damages, yet we haven't seen a whole lot of reduction in that arena. I like the idea of where the dirt report is going more recently with some more added questions that target those root causes to get us to some more of those best practices and people that may not be utilizing those best practices. Unfortunately, again, for an organization like myself who overwhelmingly supplies, meaning locating, supplies a lot of that information, a lot of those questions aren't applicable to my reporting. So it's unfortunate that we missed that opportunity to maybe address some of those best practices on the excavation side. So hopefully increased excavator participation would help resolve some of that. I do think the data alone, at least from a standpoint of incidents, helps us target areas in need. But again, from a call center perspective and being on a board, identifying the fact that we might see a spike in an area and you go, wow, like, why did that municipality go crazy on damages last year? And again, being a lagging indicator, well, yeah, they had 120 miles of fiber that went in last year. You're going to see that. So, but from the standpoint of where do I spend my resources by locale, I think it's extremely helpful. But getting back to some of those best practices, I really think we still need more information and some education in how to get the information into the system so people can better utilize that.
Yeah, and something you said, which is very near and dear to my heart, is being able to determine a damage with a locate, without a locate. Without a locate, that's low-hanging fruit. That's easy. If we know where that's happening from a one-call perspective, we know now where we need to concentrate our public awareness efforts. But I want to know when a damage occurs with a ticket, that's the big question.
Right.
Why? And without damage data, without that statistical data, we don't know. And now that we're getting more of that, we can say, I mean, the day is coming that I can say, if you're doing a fence project, you have a higher probability of causing a damage if the data shows that. So that's why the data is so useful to us, is we can identify type of groups, type of activity, days of the week that damages occur more. So all that information helps us really push our message.
So do we think it's misleading or it's just not complete?
I think incomplete's better, right? I don't think it's necessarily a misrepresentation unless you don't put it in perspective, right? So the lack of perspective, I think, again, is what leads to that perception of misleading. And again, that's why I say, if I look at just excavator submissions alone, and it shows me that 35% or whatever of the error rates are from locating, my own data would say that's a little high. I know that it's going to be closer to that 25%. But again, who are the folks that are submitting that data from that stakeholder group?
Yeah.
I don't think the small fence contractor is the one submitting that data into dirt. And to your point, you bring up a very good, valid one, and one that at least I know our organization's working on, is identifying. I know that if there's a fence ticket, if there's a fiber job or a bore job going on, or a water or sewer project, those are going to be my 4 jobs that are going to be at the highest risk of a damage, highest incidence of a damage. So identifying.
That's based on your data that you're collecting.
Correct.
Right.
From an excavator standpoint, that might be different, right? So crowded easement versus open easement, so those are things that they've got to identify as well. But you're right, there needs to be some sort of assessment, objective assessment, to get us back to what Tracy said, which is improving those best practices and then getting people to utilize them. We know that when people utilize best practices, that you're going to have less incidents. So if people aren't educated or not exposed to that information, which is where collecting that data helps, then they wouldn't know to employ it anyway.
Yeah, damage stats is a pretty broad brush, right? Damage statistics, and it really depends, like any statistics, on who's providing the data, as you had suggested, and in what context. So you could take damage stats for just a project alone. We're going to, run this fiber 8 miles that way, and we're going to keep damage stats on that project. Well, that's much easier to measure, right, than a utility company as a whole, or a state, or the whole nation, right? And who's providing the data that goes into that set of statistics, right? It's extremely important. So the control group has got to be there. But I still believe that, I think of CEA as opposed to DEA, right? It's communication, education, and awareness. Those are the things that have to happen.
Absolutely.
And you had mentioned, the 2 buckets: people that call in tickets and people that don't call in tickets, or damages that occur where a locate was done or where it wasn't locate done. Where it wasn't, obviously, awareness and education.
Right.
That's how you tackle that problem. When there was a locate done, it seems to me that there was a breakdown in communication. Absolutely. Rarely is that a piece of faulty equipment, right, or something like that. It's almost always a breakdown in communication.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and to bring out another point you kind of mentioned with going back to misleading, the measurement of incidents now is also getting skewed somewhat. Whereas we have these massive fiber installations that are going on, where you might have in some states dozens of miles on a single locate request, or in some states you might have a quarter mile or a 1 mile as opposed to a single address type location. Now you've got, if you're measuring incidents by submission, now if I've got one project ticket for 26 miles, that's an awful lot of risk for both a locator and an excavator on that one item, as opposed to, if
Tree
there's
plan.
Yeah, so as opposed to like 300 trees getting planted where they're all called in individually. So now the numbers are getting a little skewed from a standpoint of incidents related to ticket submission, whereas now looking at by footage or looking by potentially dollars spent, which I will go back to dollars spent when we look at the dirt report, that being one of the criteria. One of the scary things regarding measurement according to dollars spent also is the amount of dollars for that single address home being built is significant compared to how long it might take me, or what's the dollars to put in 10 miles of fiber. I mean, that's a relatively cheap, inexpensive type construction project, which dollars wise is not going to equate to a great deal of risk from dollars, but from a distance standpoint would be. So those are some things I think that objectively need to be looked at as well to kind of get some better measurement, because again, those excavators who are out there working on these long, extensive projects have a great significant amount of risk for that job, as does that locator, depending on how that submission's made. So something else for that perspective.
Damages are up. Damages continue to increase. So from the utility locating perspective, is that due to more ticket volume,
Yes.
more crowded right away,
Yes.
or more awareness of the importance of reporting damage information?
I think all. I think
Yes.
those are all great points. Submissions in general are up to dirt, right? So just the submission of the information we know is up.
So awareness that
Awareness
it's
is
important
there.
to report damage information.
Yep. Obviously, ticket volume's up. I mean, again, so people talk about pandemic. From the locating perspective, we go, what pandemic? We had record-breaking volumes during a pandemic with 35% increase in homeowner tickets alone in the state of Illinois. Now, this year, interestingly enough, down 25%. Well, that was kind of expected, but volume's up. So, construction industry's coming back. And now we've also seen municipalities, which were closed down last year for pandemics, now all of a sudden are open back up. They're kind of hurting for cash. And so permits are getting issued much easier and quickly. So as we're issuing a lot of this work, when we say damages are up, we end up with a lot of excavators for large jobs that are coming in from outside the normal scope of work or outside the state or municipality. And when they come in, they might not be familiar with local best practices and such. And so you might end up with some of those incidents that increase from an education perspective as well. But to your answer to the question, all I think are applicable. And later on this afternoon, I know there'll be some discussions on that predictive analysis, but with regards to simply the reporting, I think you're seeing an increase on that excavator side. I think the locator side's been pretty stagnant as far as that reporting. Pipelines have always been regulated. They're always submitting that information, and I believe the call centers, I think, are ones that are contributing more often as well.
Sorry, a couple of things. If any audience members have questions, please, there's a microphone here. And just full disclosure, Gerald brought up the dirt report. I'm the lead report writer of the dirt report, and I'm glad you brought that up, Gerald. Gerald, you also had a couple suggestions on how to improve the data.
That's what I was
So you already had your suggestions, which I think are great. Can we go around the table and can the other panelists chime in on how the industry can improve the data collection process, or the completeness of the data, however you want to, whatever suggestions you have.
The first point I would make is how did we educate for 811 and get that process going? We need to be able to educate the importance of inputting data so we have a good output. The people that have good damage prevention programs that are out there, whether or not they're a contractor, municipality, engineering firm, whatever, they know the importance. They communicate. They have it out there. We're working as a team on this project. It's 12 miles of fiber. Every foot's important. And we're going to meet, we're going to communicate, and we're going to knock it out safe. they're going to report to dirt when there's a damage. And gas lines and pipelines, they have to report. We need to get that portion that doesn't feel the pressure or the need. Just like in the old days, well, why do I need to call in a ticket? I never had to do that before. I've never had any strikes. But then we educate. So how do we educate them and put that importance? I think that's the foundation.
It's got to be a collaborative approach, right? Because we have many different stakeholders. You have the one-call centers, you have the regulatory agencies, the excavators themselves, the utilities themselves, and then the utility locating firms, right? And in order to improve our damage stats as we go forward, it has to be, all stakeholders have to be on hand and be engaged and involved and work together, not opposed to each other, not only at the job site and for the project, but the reporting of the statistics and what happened. In my opinion, Jimmy, I think it's got to be a collaborative approach. We need more involvement, more awareness, more education, maybe even more expectation, right? That rising tides raises all ships. And so if we can get everybody involved, everybody engaged in a collaborative effort, I think we'll see our data increase. And then I would say we need to have better controls on what data set we're talking about. We talked about that earlier. We're talking about just the project, or are we talking about the whole nation? Because your approach to the whole nation is a lot different than just that project. There's a lot of similarities in there, but that's how you eat an elephant, right? One bite at a time. So,
yeah, ideally, we want people to self-report, not somebody else report on them, but to self-report. And in order to do that, there's got to be a reward or benefit of doing it. If they feel like they're going to be punished as a result of reporting this damage information, we're not going to get participation.
Right.
So we need to change our sight on this is to make things better.
Right.
With people calling before they dig, there was a benefit. We were trying to protect them, protect the facilities, protect their workers from harm. And so we've got to create that method of rewarding them for reporting this information, not to beat up on the contract locators, not to beat up on the road contractors, but a method of rewarding them for reporting this information to make it all better.
That's an interesting concept.
In addition to the reward of the altruistic reason for submitting the data, I think you got to get rid of the stigma, right? You got to get rid of I'm not going to report this because I don't want something to happen to me. I don't want this information to get back to someone that's going to impose something for me self-reporting.
Yeah.
So I think that stigma is a big piece to get that out of the mix. And then again, I think, but back to both your points, the education, getting back to, and then showing people how it's beneficial. I think we've really got to get back to the contribution of continuing to develop best practices and target the limited resources that we've got. There's not an unlimited resources to tackle all this. So the better I can target where I'm spending my time, effort, and money, the better we're going to get.
So, Bill, you're the only one from a one call here. Can you talk a little about how Tennessee 811 collects data?
I'm sorry.
How your one call collects data from your members and stakeholders, and how you use it, and is there mandatory reporting of damages in the state, or if not, how do you encourage the stakeholders to submit the data?
Yeah, several years ago when the damage information reporting tool first came about, Tennessee 811 took an active approach. We started collecting damage data from whoever would share it with us. We would report it to DIRT on their behalf. We've seen it increase over time, but we tried to make it as easy as possible for them to report that information. Back in 2015, we created enforcement, established an enforcement board for complaints to be submitted for potential violations. That's worked out really well. So now we've had our ticket data, we've got compliance data as far as reporting violations of the Act, and just this year we passed an amendment to mandate damage notice reporting to Tennessee 811. So that went into effect in July. and we're seeing some really good data. So I feel really good about where we're at in Tennessee, because now we've got our ticket data, we've got compliance data, which is violations of the act, and now we've got damage notices. And so our goal is to put all that together into an analytics, and I'm hoping to be able to tell you that Tuesday has the highest probability of a damage being caused, that X contractor has a higher probability of causing damage, X type of activity has a higher probability of causing a damage. So when we compile all that data, we'll put it into our ticket taking system, and so it will automatically alert us that this type of activity, this type of person, this type of contractor has a higher probability. I can educate that person right then and there.
Yeah,
I can remind them that, hey, you're doing a type of activity that has a higher probability of causing a damage. So please respect the marks. Don't dig in the tolerance zone. Educate them right then and there on that. So that's what we're hoping to get.
So how much of that is flowing to the dirt report?
We submit all that information to the dirt. Any damage notices that we get, that's part of our deal, is we submit it up to dirt on behalf of those people.
I think going back to leading or misleading, you just definitely identified a gap, which is where there is mandatory reporting and all information is collected, sure, that's good data. Where there's not mandatory reporting and it's, let's say from a regulatory perspective, it's elective reporting, you're going to have a very low incidence of a good group of data there, because
and there again, you've got to build
Right.
you've got to make it worthwhile. You've got to show them the reward of that data.
Right.
You know, I mean, I think everybody out there, whether you're a contractor, a locator, a utility, everybody wants to do a good job. They have great intentions. If we beat them up constantly, they're not going to do it. So we've got to reward them for submitting this information. And if I'm a contractor and I'm calling on every job, I want people to know that I'm doing my job.
Right.
And so there's the attraction to the excavating community, is to report damages, indicating that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. We've got several contractors in Tennessee, and they've got a 3-strike program. If you don't call in a locate, you damage something, strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, you're done. That's been their approach to damage prevention, is there is no substitute.
But but also, could that be an incentive? If I'm reporting, does that incentivize me to say, when it comes to a regulator perspective, do I get a reward or an incentive or something in return for that reporting?
You know, when you were talking about capturing the data on damages, I really believe that that's how damage statistics can assist in being a leading indicator, because it can feed the predictive analytics tools. Like, we have a predictive analytics tool, right, that we utilize that can tell you the frequent offenders, the type of facility, maybe an area of town, a day of the week, et cetera, all of those things. And I know it's not this session, but you know, the predictive analytics, I believe that's how damage stats today, that's a lagging indicator, can help feed the leading indicator, which is the predictive analytics tool, right? So.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We very quickly, we have a question here. Please introduce yourself and
I'm
say your
Fred
question.
Lesage. I'm with AXA Insurance. We insure contractors across the country. I had a question about the excavator community. You guys talked about collecting data from the professional excavators, and that's a really good thought. There are different classes of professional excavators. We have utility contractors and road builders, probably fence builders, landscapers, who are digging in the ground every day. And so they're very familiar with best practices because it's a risk that they face every day. There's a different class of professional excavator out there, the plumber, the electrician, who maybe 20%, 15% of the work that he does involves him putting a shovel in the ground. Should we differentiate in the statistics between the professional excavator who is in the ground every day versus the guy who does it as an ancillary part of his work? Because they both create exposures, certainly to a lesser extent with the plumber, electrician, that sort of guy. But how do we differentiate between those things, and how do we reach that part of the contractor base?
Well, the fear would be if I start parsing out the groups further, do you lose an opportunity both from amount of data and focus on that particular stakeholder group or global stakeholder group? And I'll take a contentious point as an example. If 30% of the damages take place as a result of not submitting a locate request, how is that a locator failure? How is that a one-call failure? But it is an excavator failure. Yet that stat is divorced from excavator errors. So if I took that 30% of folks that aren't turning in tickets, who are all holding a shovel that hit something, and I tie that back to the 25, 30% of the excavator errors, and all of a sudden I'm at 60% or more of the error rate that falls back on the folks that are holding a shovel. So when we start parsing out those groups, do you lose the urgency? Do you lose the perspective of that risk, that urgency on making sure as soon as I pick up that shovel, regardless if I'm doing it every day or I'm out in my garden planting a tree for the first time, should there be a baseline of I've got to make sure everybody that's excavating has this certain level of best practice? So while Fred, I understand the niche and targeting those necessary individuals, but it's kind of like driving a car. I'm required to have a certain license in order to go out and drive a car. It doesn't matter maybe if I drive every day to the office or if I pull my car out of the garage once every 6 months. I should probably have a certain set of skills in order to go ahead and operate that vehicle. I wonder if it shouldn't be the same way with excavating. Do we need to, rising seas float all ships according to Doug or whatever I'm sorry if I butchered you bad there. But my point is, do we need to get the lowest hanging fruit back up here with the best practices?
Yeah, but you can also come back to using your car analogy. Yeah, everyone has a license, but a 16-year-old that's been driving for 6 months is different than someone that's been 40 years old driving for how long they've been driving. So if I'm only digging 20% of the time, I'm kind of like that new person. If I'm digging 100% of the time, yeah, we want the same expectation. We're behind the wheel. It's not a right, it's a privilege. Yes, I'm holding a shovel, but how do we hit that 20%? That, 1 out of every 5 times, I'm not doing it. Or 4 out of 5 times, that's not even in my mind, not even a part of my focus.
So are the educational tools, so the best practices, the education, right, the communication, the awareness, do they segment, professional excavators versus do the educational and communication and awareness things that we use segregate the excavating community?
I think the message is different, but the goal is still the same. The goal is still 0 damages, but the message is different. The professional contractor that's working out on the road right away, he is going to have more exposure to damage just because of the infrastructure that's already in the right of way.
Sure.
He's working around that. The person that's the plumber that's working at a home, there's not as much underground facilities there, but I think a lot of times, just from my knowledge, is when they're forced to do a job like that, they may not know that they have to dig, and then they realize there's a blockage in the sewer line or something like that, and they've got to do some excavation. So it's maybe they have a harder time planning for that versus a professional contractor that's working out in the road right away. The goal is the same. We're all trying to get to the same point. It's just the message that we're giving to the different groups varies a little bit.
It does. Interesting.
Well, I guess to come back to your point, if we have all these data points, or there's some that we've parsed so much, as you shared, to where we lose sight of the fact of really what's going on. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. So should we be adding some of these things up or not parsing it to say, globally, how are we doing with this? How are we doing with that? And then when we do parse it, what's the point and what's the goal of parsing that information? Just to be able to share another statistic? Or is it to improve and become more predictive with that statistic?
Exactly.
And I think
Okay.
to Fred's question, I think that's, and to your point, that could be potentially a better tool to target that subset of that group in order to make that improvement. To get the folks that are having the highest incidence, get them up to where everybody else is, to be able to identify them. Yep, I guess in that regard, that would be helpful and allow Fred to charge folks more money.
But,
So,
but we know, right? But we know
I think that's what he wants to get at.
But we know from a contractor safety, we've been on boards, we've been in meetings with utility companies, corporations, construction firms all across the country.
Yeah.
And they can tell you to a T when there are employee safety issues because of whether or not it's heat, cold, after a 3-day weekend, going into a holiday, on and on and on. And those messages are just blitzed, right? But what do they do about it when it's happening? So I'm that supervisor, and it's after a 3-day weekend, and I see that employee. I'm going, man, is he or she really ready to do this job? And do I call them out on it? Same thing with the actual construction piece. I may have another coworker out there excavating, and I'm going, wait a second, should they be digging right there? And do they call them out on it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have to have that accountability to say, hey, this isn't right, even on ourselves, let alone dirt.
So if I can jump in here, again, to Bill, because Bill, you're the only one call representative on there. To Fred's question, it seems like once you collect more and more data from more and more stakeholders, you can slice and dice by, call it probability of damage by size and type of excavator, like plumber, electrician
Absolutely.
versus
That,
full-time excavator.
Yeah, that's there's so many pieces to damage prevention that, based on the data that we're going to collect, you may have professional contractors that are working out in the right of way. The message we need to deliver to them is respect the tolerance zone. The plumber that's working in residential on private property, a lot of times, the message to them may be call 3 days before you dig. So yeah, the message is going to be different for the different type of scenarios. And right now, our approach is kind of splattergun. I mean, we try to cover all gamuts, but if we can, based on the data, if we can identify what's the leading cause of different groups, different geographic regions, different days of the week, if we can identify that, it now allows us to hit the target with our public education and promotion.
You can use a rifle instead of a shotgun.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's been the missing link that we've not had for a long time. And it's really exciting to me because I've been in this industry a long time, and now we can target what's causing damages, particular type of groups, days, regions.
So as we're coming down the stretch here, it sounds like we have consensus on the panel that the damage data is can be misleading, depends on how someone interprets it, but is more useful than not useful, and we need to
100%.
continue to go down this path of
absolutely.
collecting more and more data until we reach, at some point, complete data. Is that the consensus here? Does anyone want to chime in?
100%, but it doesn't stop with collecting the data. I mean, I think that's the first step. It's got to be actionable data, right? To your point, I
Absolutely.
mean, you just said it, I think articulately. You're like, once we have the data, we learn so much for it. It causes these actions. Education becomes segmented a little bit, different messages to different people, right? So 100%, yeah. More accurate, accurate and more data is good, right?
I would
as
say more better data. So the other thing is more data, just data points themselves.
Accurate data.
Yeah, so, and I guess, going back to the dirt report again, the addition of the 5 additional questions to try and point people to providing that information to allow us to parse a little bit more, that's going to be good information, right? So, I mean, more, better information to be able to pull conclusions from, as opposed to have to just draw, right? So if I'm just left with making assumptions, that's a little bit more risky than if I've got good hard data points that avoid me having to make that assumption.
It just has, I mean, the actionable part I think is very important. Like, we take information, and when we learn from a damage, we're able, this is just an example, we're able to put a video out to the technicians within minutes on what we learned from that incident, right? I mean, it's taking data, it's taking a statistic, and it's turning it into actionable items that become, communication awareness and education, right? We segue that information. We're able to do that within minutes, right? So that, hey, this is what we learned, get it out, communicate, educate, get people more aware.
Cool. Any other questions from the audience? Can you come to this microphone, please?
As a utility contractor, one of our challenges when we're digging in residential, we have to get a hold of a private locator to locate the sewer and things like that, and that's one of our biggest challenges. We're also hitting, we're setting poles, we're hitting that communication, we're hand digging, we're backing, and we still have guys, hitting small communication, fortunately not fiber, but small communication when they're hand digging. So I guess it's two questions: preventative ideas that you could share with me.
Well, I think, one, compared to the average contractor that's working in community environments of subdivisions and those type of natures, the majority of the time we're so consumed with the public and calling in the 811 that the private facilities are missed. So recognizing that fact is huge, and then budgeting the time, and more importantly the cost, is typically the missing element. Contracts get in place, this is what we want to do, we know we have to call in one call tickets, and then all of a sudden, wait a second, do we risk it and bore and set because we know there's private utilities there?
Yeah.
Or do we invest in it even though we didn't get that in our upfront contract? Well, I think statistics will show that when you have large projects like that, you're going to have a damage somewhere there. So there's a two-prong approach. One is in the community, I've damaged a utility, and then two, the cost to be able to take care of that damage. So being proactive and budgeting time and the cost is usually the two big pieces.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy. Sorry, we're out of time. Thank you for the question. The live stream viewers, please stay on. We have another action-packed roundtable at 10 a.m. And thank you to the panelists on this roundtable. Can we give them a quick round of applause here? Thank you, everyone. Be back at 10 a.m.
Pleasure meeting you. Yeah.
Tracy,
Bill,
as always.
Good to see you.
likewise.
Where you staying at?
Love you, brother. Oh, Hampton Inn downtown.
Do you believe that the current one-call model as adopted by the United States is an effective and practical one?
No.
There's an opportunity for one call for 811 to be much more than we are today, but there are some barriers in place today that make that harder to get to. So we could say that some of that is the law, some of that is the disconnect between the different stakeholders, some of that is just lack of knowledge that there's another opportunity out there to pursue, and it really just takes getting together in a room with people who have a similar objective and then hashing out what success looks like around that.
The system's broken.
Sucks to be you, we already got all these customers.
But you are the problem.
It should be mandatory.
You never say never and you never say impossible.
Welcome to Visual Observation, Utility Knowledge. We're going to show you the topside structures, or street furniture, at our site for 5 different utilities: gas, water, electric, telephone, and cable TV. Each utility system has distinctive features. Although out there in the real world, in some instances, you will not be able to assign a utility structure with a specific utility. There are structures that look very similar to one another. This is true with handholds, manholes, and even some pedestals. Not just here, but anywhere. There are 3 ways to determine where underground utilities are located: instrumentation, maps and records, and visual observation. With visual observation, there is a process of connecting the dots, visualizing where lines are by connecting mentally the appropriate structures with one another. This is important for locating, but it is very important for excavating. For excavators, observation of above-ground utility features will indicate what to expect when the underground line is potholed. Another form of visual observation. With an ever more crowded right-of-way, abandoned lines are rarely removed, so there are many opportunities to think a marked line has been successfully potholed, only to find out later that this wasn't the case. Other times, good visual observation practices can clue an excavator to unmarked or incompletely marked lines. Plus, there are private utilities that are not marked during the one-call process, and knowing what to look for can eliminate unnecessary risk. There are 5 videos to watch before visual observation testing begins. The scenes you see in the 5 basic utility knowledge videos will prepare you for the visual observation testing. Excellent damage prevention is not possible without an understanding of underground utilities and what you can learn about their presence at a job site.
So the one guy's got the wash wand, which is cutting the dirt and liquefying it. The other guy with the orange pole has the vacuum hose on it, so he kind of holds it up off the ground a little bit, so it allows airflow and to suck up the water and dirt as they're digging down. The water pressure is about probably 1,500 to 2,000 psi. That is adjustable. And then the vacuum, they're pulling about 6,200 CFM of vacuum, which is 28 to 29 inches of mercury. They have the gloves on for that are good up to 14,000 volts. If should there be an electrical line down there that is exposed, so it protects them. Same with the boots; they're all dielectric boots that they're wearing.
And of course the all PPE, hard hat, safety shields, so on and so forth. So this is all non-destructive, so we're not going to damage any underground utilities while digging and vacuuming, or if you're using an excavator or even a shovel, there's always that potential where you could hit the utilities underground, and somebody could either die or get hurt or have an explosion if there's a gas line.
Working for Badger full-time, you get a lot of change of scenery. We have a lot different job locations and different job descriptions. We deal with basically all utilities, digging up gas main, electrical, spotting utilities for the gas companies with directional boring so they don't hit anything underground. So we're out here today for MPL, exposing a high-pressure gas main to make sure that there's no cross connections before they dig with their machine. Just so we know that they won't inflict any damage to the pipe or rip out a cross connection and cause a lot more damage. So we expose it for them so they can get eyes on it before they start digging. So with the high pressure being at 300 PSI, if the pipe was to get hit, there could be a blowout from the pipe that would cause a lot of physical damage to the equipment and or the operators and laborers around it. It helps everybody as far as cost effectiveness with damage to utilities without things being spotted. Well, I can see utility companies using the trucks more as long as they have the funds to use the trucks. Safety-wise for their guys alone is a good selling point.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Roundtable by Planet Underground. I'm Jimmy Wang with the Creative Partners, and this is my co-moderator, Stephanie Manning with the Minnesota Utility Contractors Association. The topic for this roundtable is effectiveness of state damage prevention laws and enforcement. I'll have the participants quickly introduce themselves and their companies, and then here's a microphone for the audience members who might have a question. Starting at around the 25-minute mark, please.
Kevin Basham, MPL Construction.
John Hass, White & Companies.
Dwayne Rodgers from Pelican Corp.
Tony Belford, Stake Center Locating.
So, someone kick us off on the topic at hand, please.
Well, I guess I can, or will. Caveat being, I don't understand every state law. Don't know many of them, but the general topic here is about how legislation, how effective is it in managing what's happening out there? And I guess, I think my first statement would be legislation is something that people tick the box on. And the problem is, if you only have to get to a certain level, which is a legislative level, then how do you progress past that? Because no one wants to do that. Why spend the effort to be hampered by a regulator, legislator, if you're just ticking the box to get somewhere? And so how does innovation get past legislation? And okay, I guess legislation helps with, penalising people for doing the wrong thing, but it also, I think, restricts innovation in the industries as well.
Well, I think that the regulatory authorities that are out there really help and drive the holding people to the fire per se with the excavation laws and the state damage prevention. I know with our company, we're implementing internal policies and stuff so that we ensure that we're doing things if we're not adapting to the excavation laws. The regulatory authorities, though, are coming down on facility operators pretty hard, which come back on our company, and some of the other excavators are out there as well. Yeah. So you're going to see more and more of that.
So you think that's good? That's driving the right sort of direction for the industry to have you guys just adhere to the legislation?
I think so, because everybody's going to do what they want to do, and they want to try to adapt to different things. But when there's penalties imposed, and like for instance in the state of Nevada, we just went through a huge audit on a lot of the stuff that we're doing, in particular the state policies and the damage prevention stuff that we've got in here in our contract. And we actually passed it with a really good rating. But if not, they would impose different fines, and then they get involved in the actual operational procedures that you're doing and help you change it and shape it. More and more that's coming out to the excavator community as well. And I think as that starts to happen, you're going to see people work together, like the last session we talked about, and how we had everybody talking about being in collaborative efforts and you know, main goals. You're going to see that more.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And legislation's only as good as enforcement. So what good is the legislation if they're not enforcing it? And I can tell you, coming from Illinois, we have two different entities enforcing damage prevention. So outside of the city of Chicago, we have the Illinois Commerce Commission, who's responsible for enforcing damage prevention for the whole state minus the city of Chicago. Yeah. Now within the city of Chicago, the Chicago Department of Transportation is responsible for enforcement for damages within the city. And so I can see between the two doing work in both areas, both outside of the city and within the city, that damage prevention enforcement is greater in the city of Chicago. It's a smaller contained area. They have the ability to pretty much investigate every single damage with enforcement behind it, where they will send out, you know, one of their enforcement officers to investigate, you know, what led up to a damage and whatnot, and impose fines. Whereas the rest of the state, you know, it's a lot larger area. They don't have the resources to really investigate every single damage. So we see, you know, we know as a contractor, we need to be a lot more strict when we're working in the city of Chicago. And
do you really?
We do.
Do you actually have different practices in Chicago from outside of the city?
Well, the laws are actually different. But not to say that we don't do things on top of that. So knowing that the enforcement is greater, we do things on top of what is the minimum requirements. We do try to avoid, and everywhere. It's not just in the city of Chicago where we go above and beyond what's required. It's everywhere because it's just the right thing to do.
Yeah. Okay.
I think for us, the enforcement is a little skewed, because enforcement only gets involved if there's a complaint. And the complaints usually come by the contractor, and the contractors have relationships with the facility operators. So you're kind of biting the hand that feeds you if you want to, at least in Minnesota, to get enforcement involved. That kind of keeps those checks and balances. I agree with you that, you know, the innovation should, you know, that's always going to be in front of legislation, and it always will be and always should be, right? But I think the way we look at some of our one-call laws, they were built around probably negligent contractors. And I think the way we sit right now, at least from my point of view, I feel like we're a good contractor. We dot our I's, cross our T's. But now we're waiting for the facility operators to catch back up. Again, me and you've kind of gone back and forth a couple of years ago about, you know, my root cause is they don't know where the facilities are at, right? GPS this stuff. Let's get this stuff in the legislation so we can start kind of using the technology, like you said, you know, for 21st century technology, right?
So there's some, you know, states that have legislation that doesn't get enforced. So do operators then still adhere to that legislation if it's not enforced? Or is it only the enforcement that actually drives you to the minimum standard you just said before, the minimum they have to do? And that's what I feel like. Legislation gives you this minimum position, and you might go above and beyond. You're a professional contractor. It's the cowboy that's probably not going to do that, if you know what I mean. It's the rogue contractor who's not going to do that.
It's not the rogue contractor. It's, you know, for us, it's rogue engineers.
Rogue engineers.
You know, we have plan sets where we don't even have correct data on the plan sets, right? So we bid a plan set. You know, they're hard numbers. It's a hard business out there, as you well know, right? And you get out there and the plans are wrong, and then you're fighting engineers and fighting the owners, and and then schedules get accelerated, and the safety concerns come in. So I think it's you know, a lot of people are breaking the laws, right? And I think we need enforcement to kind of keep them accountable.
Well, I think the enforcement also needs to come from within our companies and the stakeholders. So per what you're saying is I agree with you. There's things out there, there are excavator responsibilities that are noted up in almost every one call. There are utility located responsibilities and, you know, best practices and recommendations. But what are the companies doing to actually step up to the next plate if they take damage prevention serious? Like, for instance, in the state of Colorado, they get the 023, you must have a mutual agreement. If the locate ticket's going late and you want to continue it on, we're trying to do that in every state and in our operational policies every day. You have to have an agreement. Don't just let it drag on. Don't just continue it for it to be late. On the excavator side, though, we're hoping for some kind of buy-in on the white lining and the calling tickets in not as far. Some kind of buy-in over and above what the legislature would ask if it doesn't ask for that, so that we all take it serious and we can actually prevent damages and prevent some of those stats they talked about in the previous thing, right? So there's ownership both ways.
You know, so you talk about some of the, you know, communication and the relationship between the locators and the contractors, right? So our state has been pushing extended life tickets. So, you know, our state has 14 days. You call a ticket in 14 days. You got to call it in the next 14 days. Well, we have meat tickets now and extended life tickets that our go for one call has been really pushing us to do. So we started doing it, and we've actually got pushback from the locating firms saying, no, we're not going to follow this. You know, so it's only good on our part if we document it. We write down the agreement, we write down the number, we get all the information. We say, all right, I'll sign it, you sign it. And we're getting locating firms saying, no, we're not going to sign that piece of paper, right? So we're getting pushed to follow these new rules to help locators, because we don't want to be calling 14 tickets every 14 days and overloading the system. And if we have a loss of a mark, we got to call a locate ticket in, and everyone has to come. Where, hey, we might only need this fiber locator, this power locator, right? Where I can now, with those meat tickets, I can call the specific locator and say, hey, come remark this line without overloading the system. So
do you find, John, that is legislated, that change, or is that a best practice?
I think it's more best practice.
And you've got people who don't want to adhere to that, which means the best practice has not really got buy-in. So you think you need legislation with enforcement to get that practice?
You need both.
You need both?
You need both. I mean, we need legislation because we need to get our one-call laws are 25 years old.
Here's a question for you, as off topic a little bit back in. I mean, you look at your companies 25 years ago, or any company 25 years ago, what it was doing then, and your practices 25 years ago, and where's the legislation gone to max out where you are now?
And where we're going to be in 25 years.
Where you're going to be in 25 years.
I mean, you look at the machine technology that some of the big manufacturers are having. You know, they're having fencing. You know, where you can put a chip in the backhoe and you dig close to it, and it's gonna stop you, right? But without that data, without again the GPS, to update our legislation, to update our laws for 21st technology, and get ready for the future.
I think a lot of it needs to be a push for the utility owners, because we see it time and time again. You know, we can put forward all the best practices we want, extra steps above and beyond the legislation, but don't have buy-in from the utility owners. And let's be honest here, as a contractor, we need to make money. That's not a secret.
Absolutely.
So another company who doesn't put forward those best practices can come and undercut us, and it's what it comes down to is the almighty dollar, right? So
you're thinking legislation helps bring everybody up to a level playing field as long as they're enforcing it.
Yes.
So that then you don't have these road contractors doing stuff.
Right.
100%.
And it might not even be legislation.
I'm sorry. Are there a couple of you have already gone down this path, which I think is really interesting? Are there any specific laws and enforcements that maybe you've seen in some of the states that you operate in that you think are very effective, that you would recommend other states pick up or adopt?
Tony, you're a national, so.
Yeah, so I mean, I commented earlier on the white line. Right. Absolutely very important, very effective in honing in on excavation path. You talk about making money and having an excavator calling a mile-long project or something, but when we have a white line telling us what side of the street they're on, where they're crossing, where we can hone in on the print, we can hone in on our labor, and better affect, what we need to do on site, and in turn give a better product to the excavator that's waiting to dig.
So that's legislated in some states.
Yep, but not all.
enforced as far as fines given to people who don't white line?
Actually, I believe so, yeah. There are a couple states where it is enforced. So, and then there are some states where they only let you call in so many feet, right? The excavators, instead of calling in so much, whether that's enforced or not as much. But I think at the call center level, they are starting to do that on their calls when they get on and they see a long ticket get called in. They try to hone them in on, hey, do you want to break this up in a few? And that really helps us out.
Yeah.
Kind of frustrates the excavators a little bit, but again, I think more of that stuff being mandatory on tickets getting called in.
So how do you find it then, from a national point of view, with legislation being different from state to state, and having to keep up with what's going to be enforced and not enforced state by state?
So again, that's where I talked about earlier. We're trying as a company to incorporate the best of the best policies, and if a utility locating company really takes damage prevention serious, you're going to go over and above what the normal things are. We have excavators in some state that they get calls from us where we're trying to set this up where they're not accustomed to it to other locating firms. And we're like, hey, this is our operational internal policy. We want to do this whether they do it or not. But in the end of the day, that's why we have less damages in certain markets. I mean, you got to go over and above and try to implement these policies.
How do you manage what we talked about before, which is someone undercutting you because they're not keeping up to that legislation level?
Well,
or your best practice?
At the end of the day, you got to just do what you got to do, but you can't lose money, like you said. So that's where we need facility operators getting buy-in on the policy and a true damage prevention program. And that's also why you see most gas facility operators taking it serious, because they also implement harsher policies on their contractors.
Yes. And I don't know if it's necessarily legislation, but you look at, some municipalities are requiring GPS of all the facilities. You look at building code. I mean, one of my sticking points is I'm annoyed when I see a utility contractor boring something and they hit a rock and they go over it, and then they go to a tie-on spot and they have a bunch of spool there.
Yeah.
Well, here I'm locating here, I pothole here, 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 here. I think I'm good. I put a bucket on the ground in that spot where they went over a rock, and I'm at fault, right? So it might not always be legislation. Do we need to look at some of the building codes? Do we need to really start pushing municipalities to understand the benefits of quality level A locating, so we can have better engineering and less downtime, and just planning is king, right? So I think it doesn't always have to be legislation, but there needs to be updated rules, the rules of the game.
Absolutely.
So the best practice. So not just legislation,
yes.
not just enforcement, but best practice as well. So you can lift the bar.
Yeah, but it can't be token participation though, right? You can't just say, oh hey, we showed up.
You got to have the enforcement behind it.
Well,
Again, it's only.
I mean, the point about municipalities and dictating whether you can or can't, should or shouldn't put GPS data on somewhere.
Right.
They could do that, couldn't they? They could just issue and say, well, you want a road notice or a road opening permit, you're going to have to supply GPS data at the end of it. So they do that without legislation. They just do that by saying, I'm changing the rules.
I mean, we have to do it with our stormwater, our sanitary, our water main, drain tile.
Yeah.
But yet, I need to make sure I talk to an engineer every time that changes. But do we do that with, a danger or more dangerous aspect of the underground facilities?
Yeah.
But I'm just on Dwayne's point. Can we see if we have consensus on legislation and enforcement? So, if the speed limit's 65, but you post a sign 65 speed limit, but it's never enforced, is that useful? And then, what if you don't even post a sign? What if you're like, hey, it's just the best practice to not drive over 65, but I'm not going to keep letting you know? Can we go around? I mean, what do you guys think about it?
I think you need some. I don't think legislation is going to fix everything, but again, and to your point, Jemmy, if the speed limit's 65 and I can get away with doing 80 because there's no enforcement, why wouldn't I?
You do 80.
You do 80, right? So I think there needs to be some level of legislation, and that's your baseline. And I think we do need to raise that bar a little. It's outdated, as we spoke to earlier, but without enforcement, legislation is nothing.
Well, and I'm proud of our Minnesota legislature, our enforcement, right? I mean, we have some really good players in it, and we have some not so good players. But the way it works right now, we can call Minnesota Office of Pipeline Safety. I got 3 other numbers, right? I can call them, and they can make calls for me if I have an immediate issue. I don't have that same luxury in Wisconsin. I don't have that same luxury in Iowa, right? So while we're not perfect, we do have, again, if I have issues, I copy, I'll name it, Mike Mendiola. He's great. He is, he's an advocate for everybody. He's an advocate for safety, right? So I get him involved on the front end of a project. And it's amazing how much more people listen when you copy one person or kind of name drop a little bit. So we do have that benefit in Minnesota, so I appreciate that.
The analogy around the motor vehicle, you have to agree with it. I mean, I come from a country where a state that I come from has really pushed on enforcing speed limits. And that's on the way to reducing the road toll. And they've got one of the best ratios in the world, bar Scandinavian countries, of the road toll, right? For a population of 9 or 10 million, a couple of hundred people a year die from car crashes, which is nothing, right? But that's because they enforced with fines the speed limit, and the whole culture changed. So I guess I have to support that legislation with enforcement changes culture. What worries me is getting the right legislation. And what worries me is that some of the legislation is so outdated, and how do you attack it and bring it up to date without opening a can of worms? Because everybody I talk to says, no, we can't open up our laws because then we'll have every lobbyist from everywhere, from contractors to locators to whoever, trying to change something inside that. So how do you move this forward and keep it up to date and then enforce it? Because I know of states that have legislation not enforced. They just turned a blind eye. I mean, there's legislation that says every municipality should be a member of a one-call system. You guys would say, of course. Well, the states where that's law, and that doesn't happen, and it's not enforced. There's no fines. There's no penalty for that municipality not being involved. They've decided by staying out, they can make it political, and they can just keep themselves out. So interesting, what you have with legislation.
I think I'm a firm believer in it. And Jimmy, to me, it's 65, and I think
do you do 65? Where's 65? There's a question.
We're talking driving or locating. Listen, if you really want to take it serious, the data and the stats show in the markets where it is set, you have to follow it. And there's all buy-in from everybody. If not, there's fines imposed, or you have to get it right. You have to get it right, or else you're going to change your policies and procedures, but at the end of the day, everybody knows the 65 in that rule, and they all adapt to it to get it done. So,
I have a question for Tony.
Yes, ma'am.
What if your company policy violates the state law as it currently is? And I'm speaking specifically to the 14-day notice, the difference between a meet ticket and a normal ticket. So a meet ticket is where you meet at the beginning of a project, specifically a large project. But if the third-party locator refuses to extend beyond that 14-day and requires the contractor to continually call in a new ticket, it burdens the one-call system, it burdens the contractor. So what if as a third-party locator, what if your company policy that you referred to earlier violates state law? What is your expectation? How do we fix that?
Well, I can tell you first and foremost, we wouldn't have a company policy that violates state law. So if something's happening in the field where that would apply, there would be a bad apple or something that's out there. But I guess what we would do is we would adapt right away and reissue training to every single person in that operation or in that market to comply with the state law, and then adapt to figuring out what we need to do so that we don't get in that situation again. But yeah, I apologize. I don't know if there's an altercation or something you're specifically describing. We don't have a policy internally to break a state law, though. So.
Okay, we have a question here. Please say your name, introduce yourselves, and audience, if anyone who has questions, please line up behind this gentleman.
Gerald Johnson, USIC, and interestingly that came up, which kind of ties into what I want to ask back to Dwayne's point. We have an issue with aged legislation. What happens when the interest of safety supersedes that age legislation, but enforcement is still stuck with the age legislation? So to the point of, say, work should exceed the capacity of the resources to get said work completed, and the law says get it done in 48, but those resources are not available based upon practices in excavation that have far surpassed the ability to meet demand. at what point does the interest of safety supersede what we have to have as consensus for legislation, which is so difficult to get on some of those interests of safety?
That's that whole issue around legislation that's 25 years old, 20 years old, and then how it applies to today. And to Gerald's point, he's talking about what's happening out there in the moment with the amount of work in some territories, some regions where the locate requirements are just astronomical. They've gone up 30, 40, 50, 60%.
Yeah.
And so what's happening, of course, is we've got this legislation that says, no, you must do this and within this period of time. And of course, we just don't have the manpower that can be trained or brought to bear on that problem. With this new fibre rollout, as an example, the towns are getting overrun by crews coming in to roll fibre in.
Yep.
And, I think Gerald was talking about an example where, he would send one locator there a week if lucky, and now he's got 10 or 5 or 10 locators out there permanently whilst this project's running. How do you deal with that? And the legislator says, I don't care. You must do this within this or I'll fine you. Well, it's not sort of adapting to safe practices, because what is the contractor doing? He's got crews out there. He needs to get going. You can't have the guy sit in a town 200 miles from the nearest city and just have them sitting there waiting for the locate guy to do his stuff, because there's one guy who comes out once a week. So how do you adapt to that? And this is, the problem with legislation is it's reacting to rogue stuff. It's reacting to bad operators. How does it react to good stuff, and how we move forward?
Well, I think, but the way I look at it, we're still using, how is our survey or our locating technology? Have we updated that? I mean, why we're using an art, and we're not using the science of GPS, right? So I think it's, again, another reason why we could have GPS. We talked before the panel started about the lack of, or the gap in time between when a newly installed facility is in the ground and when you get it as a locator, and that's just, where's that legislation at? And so I think
there is none.
Yeah, there is none, right? And from what I understand, locating firms are held responsible for that. If it's, it doesn't fall back on the facility operator, you guys kind of clear him of that when you sign that contract, from what I've understood from a few different folks. So I think it's, when you look at just getting up to 21st technology or 21st century technology, it's also just, are we still using age-old, technology?
And that's a huge problem, is maps and records. We were talking before. Turnaround time on maps and records, we don't know what it is. So you can put in something yesterday, it might not be mapped, for another 6 months, and someone's coming behind us to do additional work.
They
don't know it's there.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it is a crazy thing. Some examples from another country is they were rolling out fibre, and literally within weeks of them putting fibre in, their own crews were hitting their fibre again because
they don't even know where it's at.
They didn't even know where it was at. And that's just crazy stuff, right? So
I can tell you that the prints, and we talked about it prior to this, are one of the hardest things for utility locating companies to deal with. Since then, we've actually implemented a 2-step question and verify policy, because the famous language in every contract is prints are only a guide, right? So utility locating companies spend numerous hours and numerous resources verifying and checking things from the print. But what we've tried to do, in lieu of trying to take damage prevention serious, is how is that house fed? How is that getting done? And then actually verify it, which is stepping it up on our side. But going back for a minute to your legislature thing, I'm in agreement with the 65, but you're right, a lot of these laws are outdated, extremely. What Gerald was talking about is very hard on utility locating companies. Massive neighborhoods getting overtaken, get it done in 48 hours. What are you going to do? And between all these real locating companies taking it serious, we are rolling people in on planes from all over the United States to take care of these big projects, where we're almost at a demand, but we're pleading with these legislatures to do something different, and then ask the one-call centers to help us enforce. Hey, don't let them do that. Don't let them call all that in at once. So
I think reasonable contractors would look at that and say, I can adapt to that, right? I know, again, Minnesota has 48 hours. That's the turnaround time. But I mean, hey, facility operators, if you guys give us a little bit, we could probably give you a little bit too. I mean, it is give and take. I mean, get GPS on the table, and we'll get 72 hours on the table. I mean, because it's reasonable. But it's a bit of a, right now, I got to be honest, it's a bit of a bargaining chip. We can't, I'm not going to give 48 hours unless you give me GPS. Because GPS is, in my mind, it's the root cause of this stuff.
Yeah.
So
getting the right data, accurate data.
Accurate data. And then to your point before, last year when you said, or 2 years ago when you said, hey, put the responsibility on the contractor. Again, I think that's something I would reasonably look at if you give me accurate data. And then I can use machine technology. I can use my vac trucks.
The difference might be then you're coordinating with a locator to help you in your time frame. So you might say, if I can take this on board and I'm contracting to do this site, and I can go to USIC or whoever and say, hey, 72 hours, I'll do that with you. I'm working with you. That's now my dig. And you can do this locate for me, and I'm happy to do it in that time frame. So shifting sometimes that responsibility out to the contractor could help take the load. So maybe these locate contractors need to talk to you got excavator guys about how to negotiate something here.
First time I heard you say it, I was like, "There's no way in heck I would do that." More and more you think about it.
What are you thinking about now?
Well, I think if I get good data, I can do it.
You can do it.
I can do it if I get good data. But right now, I can't.
We're moving forward here. We haven't got legislation on this, right? We're just moving forward, right?
Yes, exactly.
I think also we talk about working together in that, but if excavators could assist us and ahead of time, as soon as you get your blueprints and prints and then big jobs and situations, it's a true partnership if you will, and you can provide that to locating firms and say, hey man, just so you know, next month this is getting called in. You know what I mean? You need to know that instead of just hitting it right away.
Throwing the wrong people under the bus there, because if you look at fiber is the big example.
Yeah.
Those companies aren't telegraphing forward what they're doing.
Again, I agree with you. I didn't want to put the facility operator
I know,
I will queue up and say that is the very first step, that they should be providing that to the excavator and the locating firm. I just say there's sometimes that the excavators get it and they might, so just as soon as that comes out. But there are meetings that are taking place. I actually have one in Georgia next month with Verizon. Out there with more of the stuff they're doing, and they're actually pulling in the locating companies.
Telling you what the
so
future
more
plans.
and more that happens is good, yes. I just mean as far as excavators and being upset at locating companies with what they have, and as soon as they can get it to us as well can help.
We talk about this every year at these roundtables, communication, and it still doesn't happen. And let's talk about the number one root cause, communication. Facility owners, they know these big projects are coming, and no one communicates.
It's commercially sensitive for fiber, because the AT&T doesn't want Verizon or Comcast to know where they're going, right?
Exactly.
A gas company rolling out new gas, what's a competition for them? Them, electricity, them. So it's only fiber. But fiber's the thing that's really happening at the moment, right? It's really the thing that's driving a lot of this stuff. So.
Yeah, you're going to continue to see Verizon, AT&T, Sprint, all the players.
So great discussion, guys. I want to bring us back to kind of the topic at hand, damage prevention laws and enforcement. So it sounds like there's consensus here that none of us love additional laws and enforcement, but sometimes we need that as disincentives for the industry to do the right thing. Okay. So in terms of enforcement, going back to the analogy of speeding, right? If the ticket for speeding is $10 and no points, so you have no risk of losing your license. So the ticket for speeding is $10. Is that effective? And so the question is, the enforcement, are the current fines and penalties that you all know about in various states, and you don't have to name them, but are they high enough, or is that just like a $10 speeding ticket?
I would say there's not a $10 ticket that I know of, but there are higher fines in states that I think do drive the excellence in what you're doing based on them. So, yeah, I do think they're high enough.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Because a $10 ticket means whoever's got the money will just pay for it and just keep offending, right?
Yeah.
Who cares? If it was $50,000 or $5,000 for a speeding ticket, I tell you, you watch how quickly speeding would change if you had a $5,000 ticket. I mean, no one would like that, but the first 100 or 200 people, it'd be news every day, and then all of a sudden, culturally, and that's how in Australia, Victoria manage theirs. Their fines are horrific. So you get caught speeding, it's not just on a small, oversight. You're going to get hit massively. You tend not to speed. So I think the fine value is interesting. What I don't like about fine values being so high is where does that money go to? Because it's got to feed back and get back into education and programs to help, drive people and educate them on what they're doing, as opposed to going into the coffers. It just depends where the money goes.
Yeah. What I find most effective is somewhat of a tiered system. So, the first time, maybe a warning. Second time, the next time, it's a $2,000 fine, and you're required to send your employees for education.
Yes.
To your point, that money from those fines should go towards educating everybody.
Yeah.
Facility owners, contractors, homeowners, whatever it may be. That money should go back towards the education and not into someone's pocket.
Yeah, sure.
Agreed.
Yeah.
No, that's a good thought.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from the audience here. Please, your name and introduce your...
Justin Larson from Excel Energy. So what do you guys believe, as these states are developing and pushing forward with more enforcement, they seem to jump at the low-hanging fruit, right? Natural gas, hazardous materials.
Yeah.
What do you believe is holding them back from moving forward with the non-regulated, the communications, exactly what you're talking about?
Yeah.
What do you think's holding them back?
I think there's a lot of lobbying going on. I think we talked about that earlier. So I think they're scared of the pushback, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a problem, and I have no idea what the holdup is, to be honest with you, Justin, but I think it needs to happen. And if we really want to take stats serious, just looking at the gas markets and those stats is just a percentage of all the ones, and I almost think that some companies take things unserious at the contractor level with these because they don't report up stats and that, and I think it's a problem. But I have no idea what's holding it up.
I think what's holding it up is that, you look at 25 years ago, 30 years ago when this stuff was made, fiber wasn't a big deal. It was gas and power. So you look at fiber and the power of that right now.
But coax was a big deal back then, and everybody got everything on coax. It was a medium of the time. Now it's fiber, so it's just a different medium. But
I think we're a heck of a lot more tied to our
critical,
to our everyday life, right? So I think and it's for us. I don't think in Minnesota. I don't think our MinOps is regulatory over fiber. I think that's somebody else.
But it is interesting that the gas industry is pretty much hit hard. And is it PHMSA? Is it that organization that's driving that? And what organization sits across the top of fiber? Does anyone know that? Does anyone know of that organization?
No,
are they at the
so.
table? And so we don't hear them, right? So PHMSA, we talk about every other day, just about what they're doing around gas, and of course legislation, and then fines and all those other bits and pieces. The fiber industry doesn't seem to have a representation like that. So maybe that's the issue. Maybe that's why PHMSA have taken on board to make sure their part of the sector is protected, right? So, yeah.
Well, I can tell you that PHMSA, and I believe at CGA, they're going to roll out a white paper on it. They're really getting involved in damage prevention and not only helping educate the excavator side, which is a big thing they're doing, but also help with other stakeholders in it. And I was a part of some discussions with PHMSA a few months ago on that document, and there was some learning to happen on the locator side with the excavator side, but I look to see them get more involved in the future
But that's from a gas perspective and not so much from the other sectors.
Well, it was from an education perspective.
Just education,
yeah,
which
so
you hope
hopefully
that permeates across
exactly. And so that was kind of part of the discussions.
Yeah.
Is there a state that your organization operates in that introduced legislation or enforcement of some kind that you saw significant improvements afterwards to all the damage prevention stakeholders that you can think of that you want to comment on? And it's your choice if you want to name. It's a positive development, so it's your choice if you want to name the state. But is there something that you see like this was enacted and the results improved dramatically afterwards?
I can speak to that one in one area that we work in, which I spoke earlier, where the enforcement is every single. If you call in a hit ticket for a water utility, cable utility, gas utility, it's all equal. Finding process is the same. You get basically an RFI sent to you, and you plead your case. So any hit ticket called in on any utility, regardless of what the utility is, it's all equal. And whether you're an excavator, utility owner, you get that same message and that same RFI. So they're getting, all sides of the story, and then they're making a decision on penalties.
Yep.
So I found that helped us a lot and helped the community a lot.
Which state is that? Can you mention that?
Oh, that's the state of Chicago.
Okay. The city of Chicago.
51st
state. That other state, yeah. Okay, so that's where that city's doing
And that's
that.
how I was talking about the comparison earlier between the state of Chicago and the state of
compared to
Illinois.
Illinois,
where, you're getting a request for information on every single damage that you call into the system. Now you can dodge it by not following the law and not calling those damages in, but I found it very effective that whether you hit a water service, cable TV, they're all held to the same level.
So Kevin, just to clarify, so what you're saying is the city of Chicago implemented very timely and tough but fair investigation of all the damages, and you thought that helped damage prevention?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That's good.
Anyone else want to comment?
I would just say the white line of policy, and in Utah where it was mandatory, it's largely affected and helped us out with projects and specific. And
so how long ago was that, Tony, approximately?
A couple years ago, yeah, when it went through. And I will say that Utah, of course I'm biased, I'm from there, does it best with the educational blue stakes, 811. All the stakeholders are there from January through February, all through every county in Utah they go through. And my number one thing in enforcing these damage prevention, when I sat down thinking of this, is the education of everybody first, foremost, and them doing that through January and February when it's slower and everybody comes in and goes through an educational process. James Wingate's here, and he's been to a number of them with me before he transferred to California. Has largely impacted the laws being followed, having buy-in from everybody, understanding, and then communication, getting out to everybody and working together. But just back to that point, the white lining that happened there really, really helped out. And that's why I brought it up to start.
So go back to the discussion, what you said then about education. What's the enforcement like then in Utah if you don't do the right state laws, if you don't follow the state laws?
Yeah, so they're just kind of kicking that off still,
Okay.
and I don't believe there is an enforcement just yet.
Yeah.
But I can tell you everybody around us, from Colorado to Arizona to Nevada, they got pretty serious enforcement stuff going down. That's coming to Utah. I know
That seems to be the flavor at the moment, like the last year or so. There's more and more states have taken their laws and actually starting to put real enforcement behind it. I think California's one of those that's doing the same thing, looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Reinforce the enforcement to change the behavior, I think.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah. So.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone in the audience have any more questions? Okay, so the enforcement, the white lining, was that in Utah, was that regular white lining or digital white lining? I'm curious. Or both,
Yeah,
is it done online or is it done on the ground?
It's on the ground. Yeah.
It's on the ground.
Yeah. And you see it also at excavation starts, stops, arrows are pointing, and it really helps our locators out a lot.
So we talked about, I think someone brought up the point about communications. That's really just better communication, right? About here's exactly where I'm excavating and here's where you need to locate.
Yeah, because normal excavators are calling from this street to this street, both sides of the street, front and long is what's called. But when you get an area like this that says that, and then in the description it says follow the white paint and marks, that changes the game huge for everybody. But it also changes the game for the excavator because they don't have to say on the west side going to this address, turn around and head east across the road, and then turn. Just call it in and say follow the white line, get out there and delineate it on the ground really clear, and everybody moves quicker and it's more efficient.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Steph.
If the utility has GPS, GIS, digital marking, wouldn't that be more exacting than spray paint?
Well, it would determine on who did the GPS and GIS and how accurate it was, and the technology that would have been done with it. I've heard of some that'll get it down to the 3-foot measurement, which wouldn't qualify for some of the 18 to 24 inch, and the amount of money that it would take to do that. I know there are some companies out there that are looking to do that more and more, but I don't know that I would trust that if I was a facility operator, not knowing the degree of how how accurate it is.
What if they partnered? We have an example in Minnesota where a city partnered with their contractor and they marked the entire city, all of the gas lines with GPS.
Yep.
All that data is stored in a database and easily accessed for the next several decades. Wouldn't that be a little bit more effective than white lining?
I mean, I guess there'd be a series of potholing that would need to take place just to verify it in some spots, but I mean, I could see some benefit to it, certainly.
I think that goes to John's point. You're saying, give me the GPS data, and then as a contractor, I can actually start to think about taking responsibility for this.
Absolutely.
I don't know that it'd be my preferred method, though, just because. Yeah.
He's got a bias towards
Yeah, just making sure we throw that out there. Yeah, I mean, you're going to depend on some electronical device again being accurate for you up front.
Yeah. So. Okay. Very quickly, as we're coming down the stretch here, are there any state laws or regulations that are antiquated, from 25, 30 years ago that maybe don't help with damage prevention? For example, laws that all locates have to be done within 48 hours, right? What about some that are not urgent? So then you have this crush of tickets that come in that have to be done 48 hours without discerning, the ones that are more time critical than others. Are there any laws you can think of that maybe are not helpful anymore?
I think for me, I don't know of any, I don't recall any right now that are detrimental like that, but I will say that there are some out there from the call center or the state legislature that let you call it in up to a mile, per se. And then again, that contradicts the whole, we were talking about getting it done in 48 hours,
It's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So that's the number one that comes to mind for me.
I agree.
So
I don't know of any specific.
Yeah.
So, I know you guys.
I can think of, kind of on that point, some legislation that has helped the industry as a whole is, the loophole was if you failed to plan, you called in an emergency, right?
Yeah.
To get it located.
Yeah.
So some legislation that has helped is calling in an emergency and lack thereof, and then there being enforcement of that. So what's your emergency? Is it a true emergency, or did you fail to plan?
Lack of planning.
Yes.
Yep.
So kind of on the same point, legislation that has helped.
Is that type of legislation.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you to all the roundtable participants, and we're going to be back for those on live feed. We're going to be back at 11 a.m. Can we give our roundtable participants a quick hand?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good seeing you.
Great
to see you guys.
Thank you.
Take care. Good seeing you.
Great to see you. Great job, guys.
Great job.
Don't speak too close,
future of this industry is going to be completely different than it is today. I believe that this is one of the most exciting times to be a part of this industry because we're at the moment where this big breakthrough and change is about to happen. I really believe that. Technology is moving as fast as it is, and the culture is moving, and it's catching up with technology. 5-10 years from now, there's going to be a zero delay between when the excavator wants to dig and when they have the information that they need to dig safely. So the future of the industry is going to be around delivering accurate, precise information to the excavator in real time so that they can dig without damage.
The system's broken. Sucks to be you, we already got all these customers.
But you are the problem.
It should be mandatory. You never say never and you never say impossible.
Welcome to Utility Map Reading. In this training, we aren't going to show you how to read a particular utility's map. Rather, we are going to focus on the intent and spirit of utility maps. No matter the utility company, there are approaches to maps that are shared by most, if not all, utility companies. There are 3 ways to find underground lines: instrumentation, visual observation, and utility maps and records. Utility maps are no less important than the other 2 when it comes to finding underground lines. Maps can reveal things that visual observation cannot. And at times they can explain why locating signals do or don't do what is expected of them. There's a couple of things to know about our 5 map reading videos. North is always at the top of any map you see. We use compasses on our images to make sure you know what direction you're looking. In the end, you'll need to be able to look at things in the field in other directions than facing north. So you'll need to do the same thing in these videos. Drone footage is the best way for you to learn map reading. After all, a map is really a downward-looking view. We've used the appropriate locating colors to show you where lines are actually located. One thing to keep in mind is that a utility map is not the same as a Google map. Part of utility maps, though, are streets and street names. That's where they are like Google Maps. But utility maps often present roads as named rights of ways. Think of it this way. Public utilities are located in the public right of way. And lastly, not every line a utility owns is on a utility map. Sometimes information about these lines are only on service cards or service records. We are only going to provide training on maps, but we wanted to acknowledge that a utility has records and information in other formats than what we are able to show here.
So talk to me, AJ, about what we're showing here as a proper tolerance zone exposed. What's the point of this and why do you do it?
So people get confused sometimes with the tolerance zone. What we have here is the full tolerance zone is exposed. We have 18 inches on both sides of our mark from grade to our proposed bore depth underneath the utility. If we're going to drill underneath it, we want to see rod reamer product. So we have full width exposed down to our bore depth, and we're going to see everything go by. We ain't going to have to worry about hitting anything. We know what's underneath it. We know what's there. We're safe to drill. So this scenario is, we go straight down, we find our mark, we go straight down, we find our utility at that mark. We think, okay, we found our utility, we're safe to drill under it, over it, whatever. No, we're not, because we didn't expose that tolerance zone fully. We didn't go 18 inches on both sides. We didn't go to our proposed excavation depth. All we did was spot that utility. That can't do that.
And at that point, I can't confirm that's what was actually marked or not.
Exactly. Right? We don't know if that's what we're looking for. It could be a foot over this way, foot over that way.
And this, unfortunately, is the vast majority of the potholing we do see, is this cone potholing, which leads, again, to sometimes damages, whether it's inadvertent, whether a locator made the mistake and it marks were off, or there was just another line, to your point, that wasn't mapped or anything else. That's the whole point of opening the earth up a little bit more, to build in a little bit of a safety zone for you, right?
Right.
Because it's all about, yeah, you don't want to damage something, but the reality of it is that you want to go home this afternoon, right?
Yep.
So that's why this cone spotting, while it gets an eyeball on something, you don't know what you found yet.
You don't know what that something is.
Right. Okay. So what about not exposed?
So this scenario, we just went our 18 inches on our both side of our mark down to where we found our utility, something like that. But okay, so you think you went 18 inches, you found your utility, you really didn't, because if you're going to go underneath that, you need to expose to your excavation depth, your proposed depth. Which if you're going under that, you don't know what's underneath there. There could be, here's your line that you found the top of. The live one could be directly underneath it, and you could hit that going by.
Well, so your expectation is on proper potholes, I can see my rod go through and my reamer and product come back.
Yep, rod reamer product, that's our motto. So
if I don't see all that, I didn't pothole properly.
You didn't properly expose, correct.
So in this scenario, again, we do see this a lot where they go down till they find even just the top of a cable. They call it good and don't realize there's actually 4 wires that are stacked, taking up a foot of elevation.
Absolutely.
They go to bore under it with a foot because they're not going to have to ream to come back, and they end up hitting it either going in or coming back.
And that's when we find a lot of damages on the pullback.
Right.
And that's when you hit most of your stuff. You might go by nice with the drill head, but that reamer's a lot bigger. It's making a borehole, and that's when you hit something.
So depending on the job, would this be happening while the rig's warming up down the street, or would you be out there a day ahead of time? When would you project to?
A little both. Our crews try to get out there a day or so ahead of time to get everything exposed. I mean, say the drill set up at one end of the block, we might have a couple at this end of the block, so just so we could get rolling in the morning and expose the rest of them. But yeah, we try to get out there ahead of our drill rig and get those exposed.
With that perspective, is there times where you actually end up having to go idle because you're having a problem due to either rock or soil, or you're still going and you just haven't found the bottom?
Sure, absolutely. And there might be something that we think we found, but we might then do our sweep and trace something else out and say, let's hold on, let's try to find that just to verify it and make sure.
Right. So that idle time, though, you still find a value to that because it's still cheaper to idle than it is to, again, end up digging into something that could either cost a lot of money or harm somebody on your crew.
It's safer, it's more cost effective, and it's just the right way to do it, just to find everything you can in the ground.
Right.
And not find it the right way, not the hard way, we say.
And even with all the best efforts, potholing everything accurately, you still run into the scenarios where, unfortunately, something might not have been marked. You might not even find it on a sweep because it may not be the best conductor in the world.
Right.
And damage can still occur.
Right.
But the goal of what you're trying to accomplish with that proper pothole is that those are the exception to the rule, not the rule.
Exactly. So we feel if we expose everything properly like that, we've done our due diligence. We try to do our best and do it the right way.
Excellent. Thank you, AJ. I appreciate everything you guys do out there.
Appreciate it.
Much.
I'm Jimmy Wang, and my co-moderator is Colin Miyati from USA North. The topic for this roundtable is what the future holds for managing our crowded rights-of-way. And the participants will briefly introduce themselves and their company in a sec. And we're going to have questions. They're going to discuss questions, and then audience members who have questions after about 20-25 minutes, please come up here. So please go ahead, Santosh.
Hi everyone, my name is Santosh Saride. I work for Prism Technologies. So Prism Technologies is a precision subsurface utility mapping. So we are coming up with an advanced inertial navigation technology which is going to map underground utilities to a higher accuracy. And again, we all know the undergrounds are getting very congested, and there is so much of unlocatable pipe in the ground. So basically, we are trying to bring this new technology which is going to help accurately map these underground utilities.
I'm James Wingate from USA North 811. We're the one call center that covers Northern California and Nevada.
Jonathan Brock, Northern NPL Construction, Great Lakes region. We cover excavator, covering Illinois, Chicago, Michigan, Tennessee, and Indiana.
Mike Martin, I work for C-SCAN. We're a manufacturer of electromagnetic locators and developing utility mapping software.
Okay, so the question, what the future holds for managing our crowded right-of-way. Someone want to start? Santosh, someone?
Sure. Again, we all know that underground is kind of getting very congested. There's a recent thorough evaluation done by the Federal Highway Administrative, and basic idea is how do we protect these underground utilities? And we all know that today it's very congested, and 10 years from now it's going to be much, much more congested. So what are those preliminary steps that need to be taken up front so that we have better control in what is going underground? The Montana DOT has kind of came up with an initiative to make sure that anything that is going underground has to be mapped and submitted back to the Montana DOT. I think those are the initiatives that need to come up front. So probably Montana started first, but later the other states may pick it up. But those are the things that need to happen in order to have a better understanding on a right-of-way.
We had a new law passed in California recently that will require, starting January 1, 2023, to have all new utilities mapped into a GIS as they're installed. So we're excited about that. That's a good first step. What we'd really like to see, though, is for existing utilities, anytime they expose it, then you also GPS it too. So that be repair, relocate, replace, inspect. Anytime it's exposed, that's an opportunity to capture a dot, right? And then we can eventually connect the dots if we get enough of those. So I wonder if maybe we ought to start with the concept of do we agree that everything should be mapped? I think we do, but how do we get the operators to agree that they need to invest in doing that, in your technology where you guys are starting to do that, so that when John comes to dig, that he can get an accurate picture of what's in his way.
Yeah, with the data, with the new technology and the route we're going, it's very critical that information is given to us excavators. Also, at the same time, to free some of that space in the right-of-way, what's wrong with the line item from the utility of upgrade my facility and remove my old facility? If you ever dug around or seen any pictures or talked to any excavator around any subdivision of a townhouse, just in the backside of that townhouse, it's electric, it's cable, it's gas. I mean, if you look at visualize a bowl of spaghetti, right? That's pretty much on the backside of most of these townhouse divisions. It's just all utilities. And where can you safely open cut? Where can you safely horizontal directional drill with crowded right-of-ways?
And, I was just thinking, so here's the right-of-way that's already crowded. You're asked to come and bore in something new. Now it just got even more crowded. So do we have a process of, as you install the new facility, that gets back to the operator with precision of where it's being installed, so that next time when the next excavator comes, they now know where, at least what you put in as the newest facility, that they know where that is with some degree of accuracy.
And it comes with the material we put in the ground too. So what we install, we're hoping will give to the next generation, the next generation, the next generation. But with that next generation, is that utility going to be parallel with that same utility that we installed? Is there going to be enough room for that next generation to be able to install that same utility? So what we leave in the ground as far as material, as far as technology, as far as product, all plays in that same factor of installing utility in safely.
Yeah, with everything being so crowded underground, I think we definitely want to have maps that help us plan what we're doing and do things safely. But putting in a new utility, the cost of collecting the mapping data is significantly lower than it is for everything that's already underground. So I think that one of the technology moves that has to happen is there has to be more cost-effective ways of quickly measuring what's underground, figuring out what the map looks like for existing installations. And that's going to be really critical if you want to actually have maps that you can use. Because if you only do the new stuff, there's always going to be the legacy infrastructure underground. You're always going to have to contend with it. So some way you got to deal with that as well.
Right, I agree with you, Mike. Again, there need to be some pre-planning that need to happen, which is where the subsurface utility engineering, they're going to do the construction phase, and if they have the right maps information, then there won't be any project delays, there won't be any cost overruns. So the pre-mapping these utilities is going to pay off all those avoidable situations. So I think there is a value knowing these underground utilities to a higher accuracy, even before you get into the field.
Yeah, I mean, the accuracy question's a big one. Is that you have to know the accuracy of the information, and there are different levels of accuracy that are important. Or any level of accuracy is probably useful at some level, but only useful for certain applications. So understanding the quality of the data and how accurate the maps are is really important. So there's going to be a level of interpretation that has to happen. Things could go from maps that are basically schematics in nature to things that are hyper-accurate, centimeter precision maps of existing infrastructures. And one of the things you also have to take into account is how old that data is. I live in California, the ground moves. So over time, those maps will be less accurate as the ground shift and San Andreas goes, everything's going to be different.
That's a great point. Centimeter accuracy based on what? Plate tectonics at a minimum, earthquakes and so forth. So that has to be constantly reassessed if we want to have it down to centimeter accuracy for everything. I mean, of course, that'd be best case scenario, right? If you knew where everything was down to the centimeter, we wouldn't even have to have these massive tolerance zones of 24 inches on each side if we get to that point.
Good point. I love the comment you made as far as delays. I cannot tell you how many times that we exposed a utility that no one knew about. And we call utility, and the utilities say that we don't have any maps, so go to the next guy, go to the next guy, go to the next guy. And we're just trying to do our part of someone on this facility, whose is it? Someone needs to tell us either existing, live, dead, can we pull it out, can we continue to bore? So those delays plays a factor in the technology. If it starts now, we can be able to make some type of movement with this industry.
Does the industry too often depend on throwing more bodies and hours at these challenges rather than using technology that's already available, or spending some money to R&D the technology, right? So we just keep throwing more bodies, more potholing, more locating, more whatever, instead of what technologies are out there. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. It's a natural reaction to just continue trying to do what we're doing now, but do it harder, do it better. Try and find small optimizations, but there's always a groundbreaking technology that's going to do something completely different. And we're dealing with a problem with a certain level of complexity, and the more crowded the right-of-way gets, the more complex it gets. We specialize in the EM locating, and as soon as you have all these different conductors, they're all buried, they're co-trenched in some cases, they're crossing, whatever they're doing. There's abandoned facilities, all that. It gets to be a point where you need a technological advantage to be able to sort that out, and especially if you're trying to map this, it gets to be a point where human intelligence starts to struggle with the problem, and you need to apply more sophisticated technology to it.
Just make an analogy with sports, right? Every athlete is putting more and more into their body to make their body last longer to continue to do their job. That's the same analogy we're trying to put into the industry of more technology to last and make sure we're installing pipe in the ground and starting utilities in the ground to do our job better.
Yeah, so if we just look at the problem and say, how can we use just for argument's sake, the same number of people we have now and get a result that's twice as good? Right. Can we get twice as much information out of the locating activities that we're doing now, for instance? And that would be a great thing, right? That would be a game changer.
Right, so I know some of these new emerging technologies, I'm not an expert being from a one-call center, but I'm told some of the new locating technologies are where, the instrument has a GPS or GNSS antenna in it, and so it's capturing signal strength, and so it's not just paint it, and then you go back later. It's actually real time that can go back straight to the GIS and update positional accuracy. That's amazing. Obviously, it's a lot. You can't dig up all the existing stuff just to map it, but if we can detect it from the surface, doing what you guys are doing, or if you can have new ways to, I mean, it's like, you know, the big pipelines are pigs, but what about the small pipelines? What about the water lines, distribution gas? What are we going to do about that? You know, can you map it in a different way? And if we can get those technologies, then we can solve that. Because the abandoned facilities are going to continue to increase, right? One of the things I've been thinking about is, you know, fiber to the home is happening like crazy, but then we just have Amazon launching their network, not Amazon, but another Jeff Bezos company, and launching their satellites that they're trying to do internet from. So what happens when all this copper becomes obsolete in the field? I mean, do we really think they're going to come and pull that out? It's going to just sit there, right? Going to be all these pedestals that are doing nothing, and that's going to be even more abandoned stuff for you to contend with.
And adding to what you said, the technology, again, all the industry is moving towards the digitalization, and there are new technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality is coming on board. Those are powerful tools, but those are only useful when you have the right data in them. I mean, if you're having an interpreted mapping data, which is maybe an as-planned map, that may not be a true representation. So all those expensive tools or powerful tools we can maximize the benefit only when we have the true as-built information into those systems. So I think the technology is there, it's coming quicker, but there need to be some effort from the industry to make sure that we get the right data into those powerful tools.
So, I'm sorry, so, you know, two of you guys have worked at technology companies, and I'm sure you're working on newer and newer technologies, but the technologies you have out in the market right now, how do you get the industry to adopt those more? Instead of, like I said, you know, throwing more bodies and more hours at the problem. Like, how can you get the industry to adopt existing technologies more? I mean, you need to keep doing R&D, but what about the existing technologies?
Well, I think our sales teams would have better answers to the questions about how we get the existing technologies more adopted. But you know, a lot of it comes down to ROI. So if the technology is providing an advantage, you know, a lot of people are out here running businesses. The technology is providing an advantage where they can do things more successfully, more efficiently, then it'll be adopted. Otherwise, you know, I mean, maybe you could look at it from a regulatory angle, but there's got to be a motivator there on one end or another.
Right. And adding to what you said, there's already technology in the market, and people can utilize it, but this new technology is going to add more productivity. So if someone is using an existing technology, if it's time consuming, which is going to be a bottleneck for the project. So then the question comes into the mind, do I need to do it or take a risk? Which not too many people will be doing, but if you bring the new technology, it's going to add more productivity and reduce the time. And you can map more distances within the time frame. So so we are not going to substitute the existing technology, but it's going to add an additional tool to the kit to do more study on these underground utilities.
I mean, that's the goal, right? I mean, every new cell phone that comes out is it better, is it quicker, and is more efficient than the last one that we had.
Yeah.
That's the direction that every piece of technology is coming out in whatever market. Is it quicker, more efficient, and it's going to get the job done a little bit quicker than the last piece of product that we put out before.
So, John, you're the only excavator on this panel, on this roundtable, right?
Yeah, I am.
What other services do you use? So you call 811 when you get to a congested area. Do you use other services like private locators or subsurface utility engineering that augment the standard 811 service in these congested areas? Or how do you see that going in the future?
So at this point right now, majority of our crews, we do the log with the 811, call for the locates. And majority of our crews actually have their private locators also. So if we feel that a service is mismarked, unmarked, or if there's anything as far as indicators that we see that a utility is not in the direction or where it should be, or we have a indicator, pedestal, B-box, a buffalo box, our foreman actually go out and do their locating also for that utility. then we have something what we call a safety sweep. Safety sweep just meaning just walking your job site, walking the path of the installation. If you see any indicator, a B-box or a pedestal or a lateral or anything of that nature, we just ask our foreman to do their diligence also. Not just put it in the hands of the locator, but we're actually going to help out the locator and do our part also in the world of damage prevention.
Yeah, I think that's really smart. One of the other problems that you run into is that when you go out and you're looking for a utility, you find the means of finding it. So I know there's a communication line here. I go out and find it, mark it out, and that's highly successful. But what about the things you didn't know were underground or you weren't looking for one reason or another? One of the things I think can come into play is just on the electromagnetic side, is the enhanced use of passive technologies. C-SCAN, we have this concept of signals of opportunity, where we use anything, any sort of radio signal that's in the air, try and find the utility. Works only with the conductive utilities, but I think that there's a lot of application for finding things before they're surprises, because that's one of the things that causes delays is, oh, here's something we found. And the idea of safety sweep, I think, is really smart. That makes a lot of sense, but maybe you could do it with actual test equipment as well, with some of those private locators go out and find some things that are unexpected.
Agree.
Okay, so John, that's a really, like Mike, I think that's a smart procedure, but what about someone who's a smaller excavator than you, who might not have private locator on staff? Like, what do you see out there that those companies are doing?
Well, the smaller excavators, we're just depend more on just using your best tool that you have for damage prevention, which is your eyes, right? Go out and walk that job site. If you can't, afford that private locator or that expensive locator, just use your eyes. Just you see something in the path of your installation that may not be unmarked or mismarked. That's a reason. I'm not a reason, but that's a time when that's an opportunity to call timeout.
Yeah.
Just to let the locator come back to see, or your supervisor come back to see the job site, or give you some indicators of, well, I know something's in this path. I don't want to start digging just yet to strike this utility. So I want to make sure that I'm doing it right and correctly. My eyes are telling me something, and if you have your eyes as far as your best damage prevention tools, you can't go wrong.
You can definitely pick up a lot of above ground visual cues and infer things about what may be happening underneath. That's like offline discussion we were having about witching sticks. I mean, that's the premise there. I mean, they work. You can go out, and if you know enough about utility infrastructure, you can determine where the utilities are, whether you're subconsciously aligning sticks using the ideal motor effect, or whether you're just painting them on the ground. It's going to work pretty well, but it's all about picking up above ground cues and knowing what's likely to be buried.
And every one call center has a procedure to allow the excavator to call back and say, hey, I got my ticket, I'm ready to dig, but we're out here and we see something that doesn't look like it's all the way marked. So even if the locator, or if that small excavator can't afford his own private locator to confirm everything, he can at least call back to the center, and the one call center can get those operators back out to finish what wasn't done properly the first time, if that is the issue.
What about other services like potholing, hydro excavation, stuff like that? That because the topic is congested areas. Do you see does your company use those more and more these days, or is it pretty same as before?
Well, it depends. MPO does a lot of distribution, large pipeline, transmission station, and the distribution side is. The large pipeline and the transmission is a lot of hydro backing. It's more efficient, more quicker, and it's safer. On the distribution side is more labor, more shoveling, and our greatest risks are in the larger pipelines. But when it comes to distribution, we're thinking more residential business, right? That's when the laborers kick in. Our laborers are actually using more hand shovels than anything. So to bring in smaller vac trucks, we have to lean on the utility to actually compensate us for us if we're going to use smaller vac trucks in more of these homes that's being built in new developments. But in that same breath, there's no more land. We got to be realistic. The United States is like that horse, right? That horse is not getting any bigger whatsoever. So we have to utilize the land that we already have, and that means every new building that's being built, every business that's being built. If it's not pretty much new, if it's if it's pretty much a new development, you have the opportunity of putting in your utility where you would like to go. If we're going down the path of replacement, there's no more land, so you're gonna have to put it right next to that old existing utility and using your best barrier prevention tools and methods to make sure you don't strike anything. If you do come across an existing utility, that's when you go down the path of, is it live, is it active, who owns it, who can come out here and GPS and map it for me and let me know before I can continue to move to the next project.
And with the right-of-way not getting any wider, now we're talking XYZ too, because we're going to have to, some utilities of course require vertical or certain separation. You can't have water and sewer right next to each other and so on. But if the right-of-way is only so wide, and now we've got more and more. Now it used to be copper, but now there's fiber coming in, and the right-of-way. Some people, you probably heard the term where they say the right-of-way is burned by somebody who came through and hogged up more than their share, right? So now we gotta, as we were talking about mapping before, important to get the Z component too, so we can have depth and still maintain separation, but still use the real estate that's there.
So utilities and engineers, if you want that 2 foot, 3 foot clearance, you got to take consideration like how much space do I really have to get you that clearance that you would like.
Right.
Yeah, and again, from CGA perspective, whenever they say standard tolerance, is the tolerance just in XY, or is it a circumferential tolerance where you get to know what the depth is? So I think that is very important to have that circumferential tolerance rather than just X and Y. The depth is critical.
I know there's been some discussion about that in CGA best practices about, because right now today it's XY, and so it goes down to the center of the earth or whatever, but obviously that's not practical. But I think there's been some flirting with the concept of, okay, 24 inches horizontally, but maybe we go 48 vertically because the locating instruments typically are more accurate left to right than they are up and down, right? So it'd be more like an ellipse around the utilities, but that's a ways off before that'll become best practice. But that discussion needs to be had though.
Right, and that's something we'd have to figure out how to record it. I don't know, just painting numbers on the ground for depth. Exactly. I imagine that's one of the advantages you have with the private locators is you can get them come out and give you depth measurements on things.
Yeah, depth measurement is it's just another key component to the data. Mm-hmm. That's all we are asking for as far as excavator. You give us the data, we'll do our due diligence.
Right. So talking about data and private locators and crowded right-of-ways, right? I'm trying to stay on topic here. What about the idea, like, John, you or your subcontractors go out in this crowded right-of-way, the utility maybe subsidizes you to use private locators, potholing, whatever, and you get all this great data for this very crowded right-of-way. And then you finish your job, and a year later, or 9 months later, or 6 months later, someone else goes there and same right-of-way, and has to pay for all that again. Why doesn't the industry share data like that, right? Because in terms of cost, that would mitigate some of the cost, or a lot of the cost. What do you all think about that?
Liability. That's probably the only thing I can think of is the liability. Once you get the data, first we have to discuss who's going to be the keeper of the data. Is the one call? Is it the utility? As far as us contractors, we just installed a product for the utility. That's pretty much our main job as excavators. So the information we GPS or we gather, I'm not going to use the word common sense, but common sense speaking is you give that data to the utility, it's your facility, you're the owner. Right. You have to do what you would like with that data, but we just did our part. Right. You'll take that data, in my eyes, and just give it to the next contractor that comes along and do the same thing. But it would be nice also if the 811 would have that information, right? But they need what depository would they have for that information, and also they need that information of when it's time to map out this job, when it's time to locate this job. Do you crack over the depository and work with the utility to get that information and distribute to that locator to do his part also?
It's an interesting concept, and people, especially people outside of our immediate damage prevention industry, often think that at the One Call Center, we are the keeper of the master database of every single pipe and cable. And so I frequently tell people no such database exists, and they're shocked that in this day and age,
we can't have that data centralized. And so, you know, the official reasons why operators don't want to centralize it is because as soon as it's all together, then it becomes a target for hackers and terrorists. But the real, and then of course there's the competition angle like we talked about on the last session of Verizon and AT&T. But that's the official reason. But I think the real reason, personally, I think the reason is because of the varying degrees of mapping accuracy that they have. You can't lay it all on top of each other if you don't know if this pipe is on this, which side of it, because like we talked previously, some of it's survey grade, some of it's mapping grade, some of it's hand drawn in, some of it's, you know, as-builts that weren't geopositioned properly and all that. So it's going to take a while before we can get it all laid on top of each other properly. But we could start. It would be a starting point, you know. Even if it shows up on the wrong side, if one of the attributes in the GIS table is, you know, how confident you are of this location, we say we know it's here with the confidence of plus or minus X inches or something like that. That'd be better than nothing. And then at least we get to the point one day where we're sending you, instead of, I mean, right now you're getting paint on the ground, but what about if in addition to paint, you also got prints so you can anticipate here's what's going to be marked. That way if you show up at the site and there aren't those marks, then you know that they've been disturbed. But you've got the maps in addition, and instead of 8 maps from 8 different utilities, what if it was 1 map, color-coded appropriately and so on. So as you guys get the technology for them to map it all together and then we house it, we're kind of a neutral party as opposed to each operator still holding it or giving it to the state or something like that. The one call center seems a logical place to me, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right about the accuracy of the maps. You have to be very aware of what they are, and they can vary pretty greatly. I think you also have to be careful about ever thinking that you know everything that's underground. Right. It's like when you ever know you have 100%, you're dead sure, and you're going to bet somebody's life on the fact that you know everything that's underground.
Right,
so I think it's going to be a long time before you get away from putting paint on the ground.
Right.
So, you know, when you have people going out and they're putting paint on the ground anyway, you have an opportunity to recollect that data.
Right.
So, and that feeds back into the database, and it helps improve the quality of the data that exists. And it may, in some cases, confirm existing data that's in the database, or it may point to something different. And so maybe that's a way that you can flag things for additional follow-up. You know, another way of avoiding surprises is to say something looks funky here.
Right.
Why wasn't this utility there last time we mapped it? Or, you know, or now I have this same utility in 2 different positions, so one of these things is definitely wrong.
And hopefully, you know, you said it's going back into the system. Hopefully it is going back into the system, right? The technology's there for you guys to or for the locator to collect it and send it back, but is that being done? Our engineering departments taking the data from the locator, or are they saying, well, we don't know if he was trained properly, we don't know if the instrument was calibrated correctly, we don't know if he was aiming it straight down to get maximum signal strength, or if he was on an angle. I mean, I've heard some operators saying they don't want to accept that data back. So that's, to me, that feels like going backwards. We gotta take that. It's better than what they had before, right?
Yeah, so Mike, I think you bring up an interesting point, which I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is the imperfect data that's in the system, that's more transparent, that's more visible to the industry, will help people see it's imperfect and help make it better and better, as opposed to, you know, not sharing the data at all. And it's like, James's point, some stakeholders may not want to share their data because, you know, it's bad, right? But then it's hidden in the closet and it's less likely to get better. Is that the idea also?
Yeah, I mean, that was at least along the lines of my point. But my point was that you can never really assume that the data is perfect. There's no such thing as perfect data. And things that's perfect on one day may be less perfect on another day, and you have to be aware of the fact that the world changes around you. So I think that you're always going to have boots on the ground with respect to utility location, at least for the foreseeable time. Maybe it'll be drones on the ground at some point and they won't have any boots on. That's possible, but there's always going to be a need to go physically present and determine what the utility map underground looks like. And feeding that data back on top of previous versions of the data helps improve its quality.
So one other thing is with the current methods, when they're doing the paint on the ground, they get the depth of the cover but that won't stay the same. I mean, if somebody is coming after 2 years, and if you have put the depth in the system as so and so, it's not going to be the same. Someone may have graded the surface, or there may be some change in the above ground. So that's where the liability comes. I mean, how do we ensure that all this data is tied to a global reference, so that it will be always the same, rather than to a temporary surfaces?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, the cover level of the ground does change quite a bit, especially when there's construction activity happening around it, which is the reason why we're doing the locating in the first place.
Right.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, the GIS folks have different ways of solving that problem, coordinate systems and what. Measure from the center of the earth instead of the top, or whatever you want to do.
Right.
But yeah, the Z accuracy is an important factor in making a map. And as somebody said earlier, but the utility locators are typically less accurate in the Z dimension. And I think that part of that, and this is just an idea, but they say necessity is the mother of invention. Well, all the utility locator manufacturers are selling their instruments into an industry that doesn't want that Z information. They're like, we're not going to touch out the 10-foot pole, it's not accurate, we don't want it, we don't need it, there's no regulation that says they have to put it on there. So there's low incentive for someone to go out and develop a better technology for measuring the Z component. It's a challenging problem, but unless you create the need for it, then nobody's going to develop a solution.
And do you think that the reason why they say they don't want to touch it is because they feel that technology barrier is too hard to overcome for now? Like, what if all of a sudden the next generation locator gives depth with very high confidence to even better than the left-right? What if the Z is more accurate than XY? Would all of a sudden that become acceptable? I mean, because you would probably love to have depth on every utility, at least even from a potholing point of view. Even if you plan to pothole it, it sure would be nice to know, okay, we can expect this at around 24 inches as opposed to, less or more. It would probably still be nice that way. But anyway, I'm just wondering if the reason why nobody wants to touch it is because they think it's not surmountable in the current.
Yeah, I think that has to do with regulations, requirements, and liability. It's if you provide information that isn't required of you, then you're taking on a risk that you don't have to. So I think that's just conjecture on my part, but I think that's where it comes from.
But excavators would love to have depth, right? I mean, how many, and utilities would love to have accuracy on their own facilities. Then they could not respond to tickets that are not in conflict. I mean, the sewer guys are notorious for ignoring tickets for sprinkler projects, and well, their stuff's usually not out. They don't own the lateral anyway. But let's say it's road resurfacing. How about that? They're going down, the depth of pavement plus a little bit more to recompact or whatever, but the sewer knows they're 8 feet down. They would love to avoid even responding to that ticket if they could, save them rolling a truck. But, the depth issue is a big deal. So if we could have good confidence in depth, I think that could save a lot of stress on the system that in some cases is unnecessary. I mean, do you need to pothole that sewer line that's 8 feet down? If you knew with confidence it was 8 feet and you knew you were boring at 24 inches, maybe you save a pothole right there.
And of course, that would require a white lining process that's got 3 dimensions as well.
That's a great point.
So, John, let me ask you this because you're the only excavator on there.
I love it.
Let's say you have to do construction on a very crowded right-of-way, right? Stay on topic. And it would cost, you have private locators on staff, but let's say you don't, and it would cost, $3,000 and a couple of days to fully locate, this section that you're doing excavation work on. And let's say just, 4 weeks ago, someone else had already done this and already did the private locate, got the GPS GIS points, very accurate, and it was done by a respected private locator that you would have used anyways, right? Would you do it again for $3,000 or get their data for, let's say, $800 or $750, 25%?
You bring the Monty Dollar in the question, huh?
And this goes to the previous discussion we had about more sharing of data and less, maybe Wingate keeps the data and then is broker, just whatever. Like why redo it all the time?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? So you're redoing the same service for a higher price. I'm going to take the stance on looking down the path of taking a path of the reason we're installing utilities safely is to save, upgrade infrasource, let's say gas line for specifically, save lives, right? So the reason we're installing this piece of pipe in safely, preventing striking other utilities to save lives. You can't put a price tag on saving lives whatsoever. We go down the path of avoiding crossbores, hitting a sewer lateral. The reason we spot soil laterals, the reason we want information on soil laterals, the reason we would like looking down downspouts, the reason we would like hydrovac's, we're preventing crossbores. Last thing we want is a contractor on the 10 o'clock news because they struck a sewer utility that the homeowner had to come in, send a knife through their lateral, sever through a pipeline, gas migrates, and everybody knows migrates is the least path of resistance, so it's going to go somewhere. So you can't put a price tag on installing a piece of utility in safely, even if you're going down the path of doing it cheaper or paying more money, or redoing the service or not redoing the service. Taking the information of what you have to do it safely without putting a price tag on it, it speaks value. You can't put a price tag on saving someone's life if you're going to redo a service or not do a service at whatever specific cost.
Yeah, I think that just restating something I've been saying over and over again is that you're going to need to have the mark out done. Somebody's going to need to come out, they're going to have to put paint on the ground and mark out the utilities again, even if it was just done weeks ago. They ought to collect the mapping data again at the same time, because every time you do it, it gets better.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay. So let me rephrase that question, John. Let's say you paid the $3,000 to have it all done, right? To mark it, and you collect GPS points and all that stuff, and you have a CAD drawing, and someone said, hey, 4 weeks later said, hey, I'm excavating that area. Will you sell that to me for $750 in this crowded right-of-way? Right, I'm just stay on the question. In this crowded right-of-way, will you sell that to me for $750, no liability?
No liability for $750?
No liability. It's your data. Just give it to me. I know the private locator who did this. I trust him or her. Just I want to save $2,250.
I'll sell it to you. Okay. I'm going down the path of doing my part in damage prevention. I'll sell it to you.
So you'll sell it to me, but you won't buy it from me.
Going down the path of damage prevention, I want that data. I will like that data. Sell it or buy it, I will want that data on doing my part in damage prevention.
Okay. In congested areas, especially.
Yes, but I'm going to also go down the path of liability of selling and buying that data. Okay. So basically, do I want to buy that liability or sell that liability?
Yeah, I think that if it were me, and I'm not going to be digging anything up anytime soon, but I would want the data, because I would, even if I was going to pay for the private locate again, because I keep saying it over and over, but I like the replicate, another bite at the apple.
Yeah.
What else can I learn about it? And if it's a low-cost source of more information, I would take it.
So do we have consensus? We heard from two. Do we have consensus that, especially for these crowded right-of-ways, it would help? Because the question is, what does the future hold? So it would help damage prevention for the industry to share more of this data that is available in various depots.
We have to start somewhere. That's the whole thing. We have to start somewhere. We don't start sharing data. We're going to just continue to repay for services. We're going to go down the path of not advancing technology. No one's not going to want to use technology. We're going to stick to hard labor and existing technology. So if we don't start sharing and doing our part and everyone putting their foot in the sand, we're just going to continue to play this merry-go-round game and not make it anywhere.
Okay. I agree. I think there's a lot of paralysis of analysis, right? We say, oh, well, don't send the data back to the GIS because we don't know if that instrument was calibrated right. We don't know if that technician was trained right. So the engineering department says we don't want that data. That's a mistake, because we got to start somewhere. So we should take what is collected in the field, put it, say that as another data point, and it can have those caveats in there about here was the date, so we know how old it was, and was this who captured this data? Was it a rookie locator or was it a Sioux expert? I mean, that's a big difference probably, or I guess it depends on how user-friendly the instrument is.
Right.
But anyway, those are all data points that we got to start somewhere. We can't just say, well, because it's not perfect, we're not even going to try it. We got to start somewhere. I agree.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, James. It's I've thrown it out at these roundtables before. Voltaire said, "Perfect is the enemy of the good." Right? We wait for perfection and throw away, or don't do what is good or better what we have.
Excellent.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, and the other point is, so we already have the quality levels, level A, level B, level C, with an accuracy tag to it. So any data is a good data, but there should be a proper tagging to it, so that everyone know that what the accuracy that's associated with it. So at least we have all this data and shared with the other people is always good.
All right. Thank you, Santosh. For those on live stream, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break. We'll be back at 1 p.m. Thank you for the roundtable participants. Can we give them a quick hand? Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
When you talk damage prevention, the liability aspect is always in there somewhere, and there are a lot of challenges involved with preventing underground cuts and damages. So I think, people have a tendency to maybe get in a finger pointing type of scenario at times, and it seems to me that part of our responsibility as the One Call is to be able to help kind of bring those entities together and work on a same level platform, maybe to hear out both parties. I think planning is the biggest thing, but I think education plays a big part in that culture, and I think continual education, it's not just a one-stop type of deal where you go out and you say, okay, well, these are your excavation best practices and this is what you should and you shouldn't do. It's kind of a continual thing. It can't just stop after one time. It has to be part of that organization at that point.
The system's broken.
Sucks to be you, we already got all these customers.
But you are the problem.
It should be mandatory. You never say never and you never say impossible.
Welcome to Basic Utility Knowledge. Our goal isn't to teach you everything or even a lot of things about how a utility works. Instead, we want to provide an overview of how each utility gets its product from origin to customer and provide that information in a visual format. There are only 4 products that a utility system transports: electrons, photons, gases, and liquids. It doesn't matter where on Earth a utility is located, it's only these 4 products. Although we can only see the above-ground components of a water or gas system, an electric system or telecom system can be entirely visible in an aerial configuration. It's important to know that whatever happens with an aerial system can happen with an underground system. The area we use for the bulk of our videos is a commercial area with some residential properties. While utility systems use different looking components, it's fair to say that no system in the world is radically different from any other. We're also providing looks at utility systems beyond our area, as well as looks inside enclosures, and we've also tried to show underground lines that have been exposed. No matter what you do in the underground utility industry, learning more about utilities will make you better at your job. Even people who work inside one utility can always learn more about the utilities they share space with in the right-of-way. In many instances, utilities rely on each other to deliver their unique product. Finally, our approach is to provide information in a sort of physics for poets way. Again, the more you know, the better you'll be, no matter what it is that you do.
My name is Tony Barger with Pipe to America. Pipe to America, we do sewer locating and televising for damage prevention. Basically what we can do is locate sewer lines, private utilities for contractors, cities, municipalities, anybody that needs to know where these underground sewers are located at. Some of the equipment we use is this ladder launcher right here. Basically what this machine right here will do is it will travel down the sewer main. We can see where the laterals are at. It will project the secondary camera into the lateral. There is a 512 beacon on this camera head, and we can locate it from above ground and tell the contractor or the municipality the depth, distance, and location of these sewer lines. In the event that there is blockages, roots, collapsed pipe in the lateral that we cannot access from the sewer main, we've got other tools in our toolbox that we can use. Push cameras going from houses, we can pull toilets, we can use it from outside cleanouts. There's multiple aspects of methods that we can use to locate these sewer lines. Alright, so what we got here now, we've got our camera inside this cleanout for the sewer line. Basically what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be televising this crossbore coming through this line. We've got our camera inside the sewer lateral, and on our camera monitor here we'll be able to monitor and watch the bore head go right through the sewer lateral. And this is one of the main things that we want to prevent by locating these sewers to make sure that we're not having crossbores out here. What we have here, we have our SR24 locator. This is what our crews use to locate the camera head. The camera head puts off a 512 frequency, and our teammates will be above ground locating, and they'll be able to pinpoint where the camera is at and give exact depth and distance locations of our camera head. The camera's at the bottom of the pipe.
Okay, so we'll
if
pick
we got 6 inches and I tell you it's at 3 feet, you know, you'll want to come up a little bit shallower.
Okay, yeah, just give him that and he'll bring right to it. And then, do you want him over here? How far in does your camera sit?
Well, it's right here. I mean, we'll go in there and we'll see exactly where the old pipe's at.
Yeah.
Because it goes PVC to clay. So we want to see basically where we're going to be at. I mean, we're basically right there. You can see it right there.
Okay.
So if you want to come right here, that'd be perfect.
At what depth do we need to be at right there? 23, 24 inches.
Oh,
I have a
ball on it. We have a 3-inch ball, so we're right in the center.
2.5.
Oh, are you okay at staying at 2.5 feet the whole way? Yeah, that's fine. And 2.5, they got a centralizer on it. So we want to be at 2.5. Okay.
Good deal?
Yep.
One of the other neat capabilities that we have is we can remotely Bluetooth into our devices and monitor these things from remote access and see exactly what's going on. If we don't have the availability to see what the camera had seen with immediate access to the monitor, we're able to connect to these things remotely and view the camera.
Hello, welcome back to the Roundtable by Planet Underground. I am Jimmy Wang with the Creative Partners, and this is my co-moderator, Justin Larson with Excel Energy. The topic for this roundtable is, who does not view damage prevention as a public safety issue? And before we get to that, the audience members who have questions, after about 20 minutes, please come up here to ask. I'm going to have all the roundtable participants go around and just quickly introduce yourself, and then we'll get right into the question. Please.
Start with me?
Yes.
I'm Ron Albergo. I'm with Pipeview America. We're a televising and hydro excavation company. I particularly am the CTO, CAO, comptroller, among some other things.
All right.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Dolman. I'm with Northern Illinois University representing iFiber.
My name is Tim Reiber, and I'm with Badger Daylighting, and we're a hydrovac excavation company.
And Matthew Turk, I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Intren. We're a gas and electric transmission distribution contractor for utilities.
Okay, great. So again, topic is, who does not view damage prevention as a public safety issue? Anyone?
Well, I was just telling Matt before we started here, clearly, and it's disappointing, I feel like, but even in today, with all the 811 like initiatives and stuff, Joe homeowner probably still does not take it seriously enough. Little story, I was driving down here, my sister, we just hired her, she's new to the company, and we were talking about how like she's discovering so much is underground. She didn't even know that. And then we were talking specifically about gas crossbores.
Right.
And she she does quality control, and she was locating, but she didn't really know what that meant. And I was like, do you call 811 when you dig your hydrangea? She goes, no. And I think there's so much of that going on right now with Joe homeowner. It's still a big initiative, I think, that we need to get out to the public, that this is actually more important than you realize.
You know, since the One Call Center started in the early 70s, we still have a ways to go, right, with education. You know, Jen and I in Illinois had started probably back 25 years ago with the Julie Board, the Damage Prevention Council. So they were trying to pull together small contractors regionally where we would really do the education, right? Not only with the homeowner, but with the contractors. So we understand the rules, understand the dangers below, and get buy-in, right? As opposed to it. But I think you were in the southwestern ones, and we had one of the northern.
And a lot of homeowners, they don't know. There's the outreach, but I think that's the utility members and the one call center's responsibility to be sharing more, which I think we've done a
Yes.
lot since the 70s. I think that more could be done to make them aware. I have a neighbor who had no idea what Julie was, and she installed some posts and damaged her electric, and was shocked to know that. And this was 2 years ago. So awareness. If something were to happen, at least they could say, if we educated them more, they could say, hey, I see you digging by my house. I don't see any marks on the ground. Who's going to come out and mark it and protect myself, my neighbors' houses?
Yeah, and I would agree, the homeowner doesn't think the utility line coming into their house is going to cause a major disaster to somebody else. But if you ask that person, should the general contractor digging in downtown, is damage prevention their responsibility? They say, oh yeah, it is. But they think the hand digging is not applicable as part of damage prevention. I think that's where we can do a better job in the industry, is to articulate that a shovel does just as much damage as an excavator. So, and you see in a lot of the 811 in state legislation that hand digging ore is an acceptable means, and I think we've got to get hand digging out of the equation once and for all.
I served about 6 years in Illinois on the Illinois Commerce Commission's enforcement arm. So we heard the cases for the violators of the one-call law. And it never ceased to amaze me. As a contractor, I was embarrassed that fellow contractors would come in, cause the damage, and go, what do you mean? It's not my fault, and so forth. So we really focus on, who doesn't see it as a public safety. It could also be we contractors, not just the homeowner.
Right.
That we each all need to really see the seriousness of it and put that priority in place, right? So that it is our responsibility to make sure, whether it's the gas hit or electric hit, water, that we are putting those best practices in place.
Yeah, and as a contractor, soft dig, specialist, we still need to make the one call in the majority of the states. And so the timing of the project and the coordination of the projects, I think, is critical to having that shared understanding of who's responsible for what aspects of the locatings, the damage prevention steps that need to be taken, and there's multiple steps each contractor can take. But I think the rush and the timing to get things done puts undue pressure on contractors out in the street too.
Right.
Yeah, I would even go to say not only larger underground contractors, but like adjacent stuff like landscapers and fencing companies. I had two different sides my house, different times do fencing. One was huge in the locating, the second one didn't even call.
Right.
So, but obviously they're digging a few feet down, they could hit anything and not even realize it.
So I agree with you on timing. When we ask that question, I also think we have to look at contracting models, right?
Yep.
So that the facility owners who go out for work have to understand that their contracting model promotes certain behaviors, right? And so it could be a schedule adherence, right? We're coming into this town and we're going to do, 300 miles of fiber in 2 months and leave, and the strain that puts on the system. But also, if cost is a critical piece, it really is forcing we contractors to say, what methods do I use, right? And so, if I value the public safety of damage prevention, do I build that into the contracting model, right? So that if I have a competitor who's not potholing, not going to use vacuum excavation, not going to use pipe view and cammering, but just saying, I'm just going to go out and work, we lose the bid, right? And so I think the facility owners have to take the stance that they view this as a public safety issue, and they take damage prevention seriously, because I think they have unintended consequences with some bidding process.
Yeah. Contracts, large project contracts, and even federal grants, it starts at that level too. When they give an unreasonable timeline, they have to understand that corners can be cut. And sometimes that's safety or damage prevention, and it bottlenecks at a certain spot, and then it affects people on the bottom level that are out there actually doing the digging, and the locators that are out there, and eventually the public.
Right. The other piece, I think, is any of us contractors are employees that view themselves in a silo. If we don't come at our contracting model and damage prevention as partnership, then we're not going to succeed. So if I don't look at, the vacuum excavation is a partner. The locate company is not the enemy, right? Well, they located it wrong. I have the right to dig. The utility, right? The mapping, the one call. If we don't look at all of those as partners working together for it, then we're going to operate in our silo. And I'm going to say, well, he mismarked. It's not my fault. But the damage still happens, right? People are still put at risk. I think when you go back to Canton, we were talking initially about in Canton, Illinois, the gas explosion, where they had potholed, but not where they were crossing the gas.
Right.
And so it was, they didn't want to take the sidewalk out, right? I think some of the findings showed. And so why did they do that? Why did they make that decision? Why did the operator make the decision? Why didn't they call out a vac company? Is it price? Is it cost? Is it time constraint? But that caused that massive explosion and a death, right? That happened at that.
Right.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So the great discussion. Follow-up question: how do we get those who do not currently view damage prevention as a public safety issue to start viewing it as a public safety issue? I mean, some of you touched upon that, but can we, dive into that more? How do we improve on this front?
For me, we talked about the Joe homeowner aspect. I think education's been big. You guys said it's improved since the 70s, but being a little younger, I think social media might be a great driving force that could help that. Because as I said, when you explain to someone who didn't know, they immediately go, wow, I didn't know that exists. So it is about getting it to the masses. And at this point, I don't think there's a better avenue to get into the masses, whether it's always the right place or not, but it's social media. So I think social media would be a decent starting place.
Yeah, I think we attempted that with the damage councils, where you got buy-in and support from not only contractors, the utilities around that, the locate companies around it, underground contractors associations, to really say, look, we got to create the milieu where people buy in to say this is important, right? I'm going to use the best practice. I'm going to use vacuum excavation. I'm going to use the piping, the locate companies, GPS, all of the technology out there. We have to really make that commitment to say this is what's going to prevent it. And then I think the utility owners have to buy into that also. They have to say in their contract model, they take schedule into account, and they take the public safety into account when they put that bid out, and it's not just about price. I think that's a big hurdle we got to get over in the industry. That if I can get it for $1, I don't want to pay $1.10, and then everything's safe, right? I'm going to take a chance at $1.
And also as contractors, when we bid these types of opportunities, we've got to be able to foresee some delays in project scope. If we're forced to be a low-cost bidder, that means there's no contingencies built into our plan, or else we don't get to work. So to me, it's the education, but it's also the contractors have to be able to have their employees trained in understanding on what the rules, regulations, and responsibilities are, and pull that stop work card. If I'm a contractor and I roll up and there's no markings, my operators have to know that it's not only an expectation but an obligation for them to stop work. So it's education for the individual, where if I'm homeowner and I'm having a fence built, and the fence contractor comes and he doesn't say, oh, no one calls, I'll see you in 3 days. So it's a shared responsibility, in my judgment, that everybody's got to take a priority.
Boy, I agree with you, because we have 2,000 employees at Intren. All 2,000 have to buy into that, right? So as you know, we're doing the demo out here in the yard. The bore operator can, sometime during the day, decide, I didn't pothole down, go ahead, shoot through. It's got to be every moment, right? The stop work card idea that this is the rule, I know the rule, I buy into the rule, and the company supports that, so that we're excavating safely.
And know the scope. We have times where we're doing the job and the scope changes, and we don't stop and reassess. So again, it comes to the operator has a lot of responsibility. To Matt's point, if we pothole 18 inches but the bore depth's 24, that bore operator's got to say stop. You got to get to 24, because that's where my bore's going, and I've got to be able to see it.
Yep.
And this is also where cities and municipalities need to get involved too, because these are the people that they're supporting, right? And who are the first people on site when something happens? The first responders. So I really think that the city's municipalities should be taking a look at how they can partner with us and excavators with them and the first responders on how to make their communities safer.
Your messaging on social media, without question, how we market. I was on the Julie board in Illinois for 10 years as the contractor rep, and I could see them. They were kind of really looking visionary. Mark Frost and the director there to say, we need to get into social media. We need to start advertising differently. It's not just on the radio or billboards anymore. And they put tremendous efforts into that because that's where we're going to hit that next generation to make them aware. You're exactly right.
I have a question for you on your side. When you guys, you went in a certain municipality for, utility X, right?
Yes.
And you guys obviously give some kind of mailer, right? Do you guys add education with the mailer of what the damage prevention side of it is, or are you guys just letting them know that you might be?
Boy, Ron, you're putting me on the spot.
Sorry, I didn't scratch that. No.
That'll be edited out. When we do door hangers, it is called before you dig on the door hanger, but I step back to say probably not. I think the utilities in their bills have much more education than we do as the contractor. But on our door hanger, there is a mention. But you're right, I'll take it back. We maybe need to look a little bit better at it and be more aggressive.
Yeah, I'd be interested because, I can't tell you how many phone calls from our end, because then we're the guys in the backyard, sounding and stuff, right?
Right.
And so then, the Joe homeowner, and I understand the mailers are often missed. People go, what's this?
Right.
But the ones that even get it, so they go, I got this piece of mail, but it didn't say anything about this guy being here. Why are you guys putting those flags there? What does this mean?
Yeah.
What is that? And I always wonder if there's a way to get it to them, if they're getting that mailer, if there's a point of education there as well. And obviously in some certain sense we also do the mailer, but more often we're working for the contractors such as Intron.
And again, who's responsible for educating the homeowner that there's a utility activity going on? Is it the subcontractor, the general, the owner saying on Tuesday the 28th of September we're going to be coming down Main Street and expect activity in your front yard, backyard, keep the dogs in the house, etc. Because there's a lot of that. What's going on? And our operators get questioned a lot of time. We've got big trucks and working in the street and blocking the driveway, and so there's a customer service aspect that we're always working with our operators too on how to encounter the public and the questions of what's going on, and, for the projects that we're working on.
See, I think too, if we can continue to drive the technology, right? So out at the show, whether it's the radar, the vacuum, the new locate devices, they're demoing out here, locating on one of the poly pipes. I think the more we can make that standard, what's the best practice? We all know the best practice, and we're willing to really drive that and stand with it, right? That's going to change it.
Right.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead.
You had mentioned social media too. I did see a commercial one time for Julie, Illinois. It was one call center one time, and I was pretty impressed, but I haven't seen one since.
Okay.
And I'm on the Julie board, so I should probably mention that. But I think things like where kids are visible, kids have access to see those. I know a lot of kids play video games, but kids are still watching TV or Hulu or whatever, and maybe that's something that could be out there for the kids and teenagers to see. Even in the high schools, there could be some awareness in the high schools too, so that the kids are made aware of that.
The other thing I think that's got to change in the industry, to go back to the question, was we have to make the culture of construction that it's not punitive. So that and it starts with our workers. So that if I nick a cable, if I nick the gas, it's got to be in the culture that I don't bury that and go, whoop, I didn't cut it, but I'm okay, keep moving. Don't tell anybody, I don't want to get in trouble. As opposed to, so that the gas line's going to corrode and then 4 years later blow up, In Crystal Lake we had a house that exploded, nobody was killed, but they traced that back to a contractor putting in water lines 8 years before who had nicked something. So I think we also have to change the attitude of the workers that we're not punitive. Tell us, right? We want to stand behind and correct it. Don't bury anything, right? Don't bury it. Install the spec, install correctly, but then also if something happens, fess up, right? Do the stop and stand with it. And same thing with the utility owner or the facility owner, that they're not punitive on necessarily the contractor. If you come for a self-reveal, things do happen. We had to work together to get that corrected.
Yeah, and back to a point you made, maybe municipalities should be more involved. I know utility owners are usually private sector, right? But I think there's something to be said about the municipalities partnering up when they're in their municipality, right? Like Intren Winds and Crystal Light, since you know, and that's NICOR, I believe. And so the three of them get together. The municipality has the most power to Joe homeowner. Let's be honest. Out of those three places, nobody has more power than your actual town, village, municipality. So I think maybe getting a little bit more of a congruence there could have a lot of weight in correcting education as well.
I agree, yeah.
So several of you have brought up homeowners. And so here's a question. The homeowners don't excavate a lot at their home, right? So I've lived at my current house for like 15, 16 years. I think I've called in 2 tickets over that time, and because I've been in the industry for almost 20. For someone who does that activity so rarely, will damage prevention, safety, excavation safety, 811 ever be kind of top of mind? Will that ever be something they know or remember? And if not, what do you do about this?
I don't know that it's ever going to be top of mind, but I think it's something that we can eventually get to where it is something that's considered on a regular basis when a homeowner's planting their tree or installing a post, or that they do have to be aware. I think we can get there, but I think homeowners are just a fraction of what we're talking about here. So, I think the important things are the things that we discussed.
Yes.
So like you had brought up about, does someone actually need to be punished, or is it negative to? Yes, it is negative, but how do you handle that in a way that's more positive, that allows someone to come forward and own up to something? How do you hold the big contracts, accountable for pushing unrealistic deadlines? This is a very broad topic that we're discussing, and on so many different levels too. I think we talked about large projects at one point. Maybe there should be a large project conference for any given county or whatever when there is something that's putting in a pipeline or a telecom that's a certain amount of miles, because you have utility owners in that area that aren't expecting that to come in, and when they're not expecting it, how are they supposed to prepare for it? So, and that's part of public awareness.
And again, it comes down to the scope and the timing of the project. If there's a best practice for excavation and installation, it should be mandated in the contract, and shortcuts should be penalized as opposed to encouraged, because now we have a cheaper price. So I think that's where some of the contracting comes into play, is where they're pushing for the cheapest price and they're not holding to the standard that's been established in the industry for the 15, 20 years with the best practices through the CGA. That would help facilitate a more level playing field, and then having a realistic engineer's expectation when they do their engineering estimate that would allow the contractors to bid it with known entities and not have to try to make their money off of change orders.
And again, we all know the homeowner's not the main reason for damage prevention, right? They're not. It's we contractors, right? And so it really has to change that. We've got to do what you're saying. I think it comes down to contracting model, and then the Common Ground Alliance, right? The best practices, that those become, they're non-negotiable, right? That we have to live with them. But the dilemma is, if you got a month to get the project done and it's all based on price, the tendency is then I'm going to come in and I'm going to move as fast as I can. The locate's not there. I'm going to keep going. I'm legal. It doesn't matter. You start taking the shortcut. So to make the biggest impact, I think it's got to go back to facility owners contracting to support damage prevention and to safety. They got to own it. And we contractors have to hold ourselves accountable to say best practices are going to be written in. And it's a tough one when you lose the job, you don't have the job, right? It's a tough one.
It's that balance that as private companies, what's our charge is go get more work and win work, but no one wants to be on the 10 o'clock news.
No.
Right.
So,
Not for that reason.
Right.
That's right. We used to have a shirt that we passed out at Intern. It was called "Prevention is Production." I think you probably gave you one years ago. We were on the board, but it was really trying to get the attitude across that look, if I find stuff and prevent damages, I'll actually get more done. Don't be afraid of it, right? It's not going to slow me up. We haven't always been 100% successful with that, but as we try to drive the attitude.
Using the best practices, we were working on a project West Coast, and we did our follow-up, and we were like, well, how do we do? And the contractor's like, you guys did your job, but what I can tell you is the effort you put in made my excavator 300% more productive. So it's that partnership that you look at in partnering with the subs and the second tier contractors as bids are going in to get that fresh set of eyes on what's going on can help meet the standard, but also reduce costs by being efficient and productive. And we use the same thing, the safe way is the productive way.
Yep.
You all have talked about exactly what you're saying there is somebody not understanding the industry, what damage prevention really is, cutting corners. How do we get a company to understand that cutting the corners on damage prevention is going to slow down the production? How is it going? How do we get that to be instead of being a shortcut or a cut of corner? How do we get them to understand that that is truly the key piece to being productive?
Well, for our side of it, I'll take it to the asset owners and say it's not only the dollars, sometimes even the scope of work that they'll cut a corner like. So for us, we're actually located. We're trying to figure out what's under there to prevent damage. That's what we do. And often a utility owner will say, that corner house, we stopped the line here, you don't need to do that corner house. But you don't know how those lines go truly underground. But to save a buck, to save time, save this and that, they'll say, don't do it. And so I think it starts right at the top, like they said. I think starts right at the asset owners, and it just keeps going. What's an extra 5% to make sure the damage prevention is there?
And I think
down the line,
coordination between the asset owners. You might be working on a NICOR line, but you got a ComEd line, you got a water line, you got a fiber line next to it, and none of those asset owners are dialoguing together on how to improve the efficiencies of the project, because how many lines are you jumping over or going around when you're trying to put a gas line in a major intersection? So I think that coordination between the utility owners is another key to improving the damage prevention, because then you can get alignment within the scope of the work and have everybody understand where the assets are to prevent damage across the board.
And the tough one is our bad habits. We get away with 98%, maybe 90 times, 9 times out of 10. And then the 10th time we hit something and it goes to hell. But when I'm taking the shortcut, the bad news is I'm skirting by 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10. And so it builds it up that I don't need to do that until it really gets, you hit the big one. That's a tough attitude to fight.
And then how do companies fix that then? I mean, when that 10th time happens, how are they held accountable? How are they going to move on? Is it a simple lessons learned? I don't think that's the case for most companies. I think then they just become complacent again after they've done it right. 3 or 4 or 5 times have gotten away from it again. How are they supposed to learn from that, and who's responsible for making them learn from that?
Right.
Again, it comes down to the owners. If you get a contractor that's not adhering to best practices or acceptable standards, you got to take them off your bid list. That word travels real fast with the gold shovel program. There's 3 strikes and you're no longer on the bid list or a vendor, approved vendor for certain entities. So it's holding the contractors accountable, not for one mistake, but for not fixing or addressing mistakes as they happen and changing their practices to be in the game of damage prevention. And so I think that's one way to where you can have the contractor see that there are damages by not following set standards.
Good point. And representing Illinois Fiber Resource Group, we have contractors and we don't ask that question. And I think that's probably something that we as utility owners should be doing. You know, out of any given job, how many at-fault accidents have you had?
Yeah, and I think you're talking about the gold shovel is in the country now, the ISNet, where the safety and the records are out there now, right? You can't hide it. I think the more we just got to get that in the standard in the industry. And then, again, as we come down to, I think the facility owners have to buy in, and then we contractors have to set that standard that our worker doesn't take that. Here's the best practice. I follow it each time. This is how we do it as a company, and keep driving it, right? There's been so many incidents in the country from Canton to Boston. We can go around. California was, 10 years ago? San Bruno, pretty devastating, right? So we really need to continue to focus with it.
The one thing we haven't mentioned that I think could help without cutting dollars, which also could help both the owners of companies, something we're trying to look into, I think, is technology. As technology furthers, we can, so social media is a technology, that's a way to educate, right? But technology can help us, without being too big brothery, can help us at least kind of help make sure that everybody's doing their 100%. And everybody's looking into it. And for us, once again, we basically are damage prevention as a televising company. We are getting AI involved now.
Okay.
So to help, we have human eyes, and now we're going to have machine eyes and ears, essentially, looking over and making sure nothing was missed on that end too. So I think technology can slowly, because technology is getting more affordable every day. That's the thing about technology. It starts here and then it graduates here. Remember, flat screen TVs when they first came out, the cost of those, and now they're like $90. But same thing. It always makes its way there. So I think technology can help get there as well. So.
Great discussion. So, Matt, you brought up a very interesting point where taking a shortcut quote unquote works, 7, 8, 9, and let's be honest, it could be 9.5, 9.7 times out of 10.
Right.
Okay. So, and yes, sometimes that could result in something taking longer, like Justin said, but again, let's be honest, sometimes you can get it done faster.
Right.
Right, if you take these shortcuts. So, and it's not something people want to talk about, but we talked about in previous sessions. What about the idea of enforcement and some penalty so that when it does not work, the penalty is greater than the natural penalty, so that, because right now, it's obvious, I think, that the loss from when it doesn't work is small enough that people are willing to roll the dice. What are your all thoughts on that?
Jimmy, great question. We had a contractor that we were working for that we don't work for anymore. They're like, well, we put that into our bid spec, the chance of hitting something. It's cheaper for us to pay the claim than it would be to utilize hydrovac excavation. We just say, you're not a customer, that we want to keep doing work with. So it's a lot of the customers' expectation and their risk tolerance within their industry. And we see it a lot with the fiber install guys. They come in, they come in like a tornado, they're out, and they've got a different name, 3 towns over, but it's the same people.
But that's because they're being forced to come in at 50 cents a foot, right? And that's the value. But to go back to yours, I do see there's a change in the industry. So when I was on the Illinois Commerce Commission Damage Prevention Council, where we heard the cases, there were $5,000 fines. They raised those. I advocate as a contractor to take them to $25,000. The owner of the company said, "What are you doing? You crazy?" I said, "Look, unless there's some pain in this, no one will move." I would say in the last 5 years, we've seen from the facility owners, the utilities now have penalty clauses in the contracts. So the major utilities we work for range from $5,000 fine for a violation of a rule to dig by, up to $10,000 was one we just signed, $10,000 fine. So that does make everyone kind of step back, right, to say there's got to be enough pain in it that you don't do the shortcut 9 times and take that risk. So I do think there's been a change in the industry with that penalty in the contracting and also the enforcement from the committee, right?
And I also think there should be some more states that require contractor licensing. Now there's only about 17 or 18 states that require you to have a competency, skills assessment, etc. So, when you put that onus on the contractors to be licensed through skills and qualifications, it sets a different standard in the industry, and then it also allows everybody to play on the same playing field, because there are rules and regulations in a state where licenses are required that show penalties, and their bonds are in place for shoddy work, or even prompt payment laws come to play.
Right.
So that helps protect the contractors and the public as well by setting the standards through a contractor license program that would be consistent throughout the states based on trades.
Yeah. Great discussion. Matt, you brought up another point earlier on that I thought was very interesting about not penalizing people who cut lines, right? But the reality is, I mean, if one of your guys cut something in the field, you're not going to reward them $500 for telling me that you cut something in the field, right? And I was thinking about something in society that we do, which is if you get into a minor car accident and you're like, hey, I hope no one sees, and I drive off, they can hit you with leaving a scene of an accident plus whatever damage you caused, right? I don't think we have that in the industry right now, do we? Where if I cut something and I'm like, oh, let's quickly bury it, and 8 years later someone might find it, I'm still going to pay for the damage, right? There's no incremental, so there's no disincentive, frankly. Again, I'm just keeping it real. There's no disincentive for someone to just say, hey, let's bury it, move on.
Correct.
Right? So should there be like that, leaving a scene of an accident, if you will, leaving a scene of a damage, incremental, so that people just don't do it or are less likely to do it?
Yeah, that's a tough one in the industry, right? So that if we, I'd say years ago, somebody violated one of our rules to dig by, we'd fire them. They were working for our competitor the next day, right? Go back out. So were they penalized? Well, they couldn't work for us. We kind of set a tone, but they were back working. So I think we kind of take a different stance now for training, bring them in, they're part of the investigation, right? They're part of the lessons learned. We're going to retrain them, whether it's driving or going back through the rules to dig by, to try to say, can we rehabilitate the worker to buy into the attitude? Now, if it's repeat, you got to take it, but without question, the tough one, and we're a union company, they're sent back out the next day, right? It's a tough one to say, hey, look, you got to have some teeth in this. So we probably have taken the attitude of get them involved in the solution, train them so that they know our culture is about the prevention piece and best practice, right? But if you continue to do that, if it's too grievous, you can't be here. You don't buy into our culture. But that's a tough one in the industry, because that worker that smashed our truck or hit the cable is working the next day. They're back out. I don't have an answer for that. If you got one, help me out here.
No, that's the same battle we face in the skilled trades world. They just change colors on the shirt the next day.
Right. Yep.
Also, union company. I don't have an answer.
Right.
Yeah, same.
Okay, we have a question from the audience. Please name and company and.
Silenced him.
Is this mic working?
Sure.
Carl Loco with Electric Conduit. This is directed to either one of you. How do you convey the added value of exposing utilities on big projects so it's not always the low dollar company that gets awarded the project? So they if it's one big project and you're finished second or third, how do you convey that to the customer?
That's a tough one.
I think as a specialty contractor, you got to sell your reputation and your value over the course of the project, to where, one of my sayings is we finish a lot more jobs than we start, because, prior contractor couldn't commit to what they said they could. So, you build that reputation of a standard of service to where 3 or 5 points is that comfort zone for the owner to say, you know what, I get it, they're a couple bucks higher, but I know from experience, I know from reputation that they're going to complete this job as they committed to, versus 12 change orders later, and it's 50% higher than bid.
Right.
On our side, at least added services. Sometimes we always say one of our things is, would you rather be the Cadillac or the Chevy? And we don't have to get into your opinions on what you think of those cars. But basically, the Cadillac's obviously more expensive, right? But people still prefer it for the obvious reasons. It's got more to it. There's where they're providing a better car, all that. So for us, it's about adding more services. But for us, we add more technology to it. We do more for the client, and we add more to it. So that's a way to do it, at least.
I think for us going into the bid is to understand what the values of the bid are. So many of the utilities have scorecards, and they explain that on the front end, right? This much is price, this much is diversity, this much is safety. So we want to value it. So we make sure we're trying to say, this is what we bring. Hey, on our projects, this is our safety record. Here's our damage. And then when the project's done, I think we got to go back and tout that. Hey, we completed this without an injury, without an at-fault dig-in, without an outage of your customer, without a complaint. I think we have to continue to come back to that. Now, there's facility owners that don't value that. We won't bid with them. We say, no, okay, we don't. It's about price. They don't want to hear any of that. This is where we stand. That's okay. Not our thing. So kind of have to know what market you're in. But I think you're exactly right. Our reputation, what you deliver, and then come back and remind them of that and keep touting that, right?
And I think that's a great point as contractors, is that after project review with the owner is something that we can all do a lot better job of. Hey, that one's done, let's move on to the next one.
Right?
So I think it's part of our thought process in continuing to promote the damage prevention is everybody's responsibility. Right. We've got to go back in and have those scorecard reviews with our clients to show this is where we've done it. And when there are mistakes, you got to own up to them and show this is where we fixed them and made it right for the ultimate owner.
Right. As a utility owner, that's something that we're looking at now. How do you weigh those criteria? And what's important? Of course, cost is important to everybody.
Right.
But that's not the most important thing. So maybe cost is up there, but then again, maybe damage prevention and safety is up there. So is that weighed the same? It should be, but it's not always going to be. But that's something that utility owners should be taking into consideration.
And I like that ranked scorecard. We've done several projects, and major oil and gas company, they put the criteria down on the bid. Bids were turned in. They were like, nope, it's low price now. So that's to me, that's integrity and ownership of that company, where you got to say, hey, if you're not going to adhere to your bid specs, then why should we do it? But I think putting a criteria down, it shows you what's important to the client when they put their money where their mouth is.
That's something Dave Van Wy with Julie Damage Prevention, he's always said something similar to what you just said. And he said, do you want to buy something from a boutique, or do you want to buy something from Walmart? Which one do you want? Which one do you think you're going to get better quality out of?
Yeah, thank you. I think this last question, as we're coming down the stretch, several of you, I think at least 3 of you brought up, it's ultimately up to the operator, the utility owner, who hires the excavator and who hires other people, right? It seems to me that's true, because if you look at the P&L, if you look at the income statement of the excavators and probably a lot of your companies, the labor-driven costs are so much bigger than the quality or lack thereof costs. So it's I don't want to say always, it's sometimes often very difficult to justify incremental labor costs by saying I'm going to have better quality costs. So I think that kind of supports what you all have been saying. Ultimately it's up to the operator or the utility owner to kind of demand or request that. Like, back to the question of who does not see, damage prevention as a public safety issue. I mean, do you have any thoughts on that, or?
Yeah, I think we all have to own that as a contractor. There's contractors in our communities that don't, right? They're just out to get the job done and move on. Employees got to own it to see it, and I think the facility owners. I think the 3 of us, those group, for each individual employee's got to own it every day. The companies have to, and then the facility owners.
100%. It's everybody's responsibility.
Yep, top to bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you everyone. For those watching on a live stream, we're going to be back here in about 15 minutes at 1 p.m. And thanks to all the members of the Roundtable. Can we give them a quick round of applause here?
Thank you.
Nice job, guys.
As always. Yes. It's a great one with you.
To work with you on the back end, though, when something gets damaged, or do you feel like it's a one-way street?
You pose that question, would that locator back me? I'm not going to back him. So I don't want him to back me.
I guess
if he's wrong and he mislocated it, and my labor lost his arm because he mislocated it, I don't want to back you.
Yeah.
And if he was on the mark and I did something catastrophic with that fiber, it's on us. Accountability. He doesn't want to back me.
Right.
So it's not a one-way street. It's a separate team that has to work together. It's like offense and defense.
I guess
we have to work together.
The system's broken.
Sucks to be you. We already got all these customers.
But you are the problem.
It should be mandatory.
You never say never and you never say impossible.
This is the tutorial for visual observation. In visual observation, we're going to show you everything that can be seen above the ground. There are 7 visual observation videos. Each video is a project that takes in about 2 blocks or so in length. And we're going to show you where one-call marks were made. Our colored lines will represent where paint and flags have been put down by one-call locators. The one-call markings will be blue for water, yellow for gas, red for electric and street lights. We'll use a particular shade of orange for telephone and a bit darker shade of orange for cable television. And sometimes we'll show you new one-call marks later on in the video. These markings can appear after the one-call checklist. Before each one-call mark, we will label what utility you're about to see marked. And before we spin the aerial photograph, the top of the photograph is always north. So in everything that you'll see, there are utilities that are not marked that should be or could be marked. Your job is to identify, through a series of answers to our questions, which utilities are not marked. Sometimes there may be more than one correct answer. Sometimes the marks that you see will have no visible topside structures associated with them. That's okay. These are marks that locators put down, presumably from their locating instruments and use of visual observation and utility maps. So you'll see different shots of our intersections, and it's really no different in the field when you're looking at one part of the job only to turn and look at another part of the job. Once you see it marked, you won't be asked about it, even if you see it unmarked later in the video. Although we show you sanitary sewer manholes, we do not ask any questions about the markings of the sanitary sewer system. We will place compasses to assist you with direction. Pay close attention to the photos that we show. We oftentimes ask, is anything not marked, right after we show you photos. On a few of your projects, you will see private telecommunication facilities. If there's nothing above the ground to see, we won't ask you any questions about that particular utility. On occasion, you'll be able to see above ground features of abandoned utilities. Those utilities will be electrical in nature. You will see circular manhole covers for abandoned transformer vaults. You'll also see square steel covers for abandoned secondary vaults. So with the abandoned electric facilities, the only thing an excavator may hit are the old concrete ducts that connected the manholes and the secondary vaults.
So Subside Electronics, we're based out of Perry, Oklahoma. We manufacture line locating equipment, HDD tracking equipment, and utility inspection equipment. We're a sister company of Ditch Witch and distribute our products through the Ditch Witch dealership distribution network.
Right there. You see it right there.
Okay.
So
if
if you want to come right here, that'd be perfect.
And what depth do we need to be at right there?
23, 24 inches.
Are you okay at staying at 2.5 feet the whole way?
Yeah, that's fine. And 2.5, they got a centralizer on it. So we want to be at 2.5. Okay.
Good deal?
Yep.
So one of the major reasons it's important to have an inspection of tracer wire after the installation is too many times after or during the pullback of the product in the tracer wire, there will be a fault or that wire will actually pull apart. So in that scenario, the contractor leaves and it's impossible to track them down and subsequently impossible to actually locate that utility after the fact. So doing a bore and then doing a post-bore inspection of the quality of that tracer wire is critical.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ryan White. I'm the Managing Director at USA North 811. I'm the co-moderator today.
Hey, I'm Craig Ingram with Tennessee 811. I am assistant to the moderator for this roundtable.
Excellent. Would our panelists go ahead and introduce themselves today?
Hi, I'm Heath Martin with Stake Center Locating.
Tracy Pursell with Bloodhound.
Tom Hall with Cortera. And David Neira with Utility Resource Group.
Excellent. And for the audience in attendance here, if you have a question, there is audience questions microphone here, so please just line up here if you have a question. We'll get to you as soon as we can. The topic for today is the impact of predictive analysis given the state of late response to 811 tickets, gentlemen.
Do you guys have good audio?
It's hard to hear.
It's hard to hear.
Yeah.
Hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
I need to use my mic since
You may need to move that
Or
away.
get closer.
How
yeah.
about now? That doesn't work. How about now?
Yeah, there you go. You just
All
need
right.
to get a little closer.
Let me restate that. The topic is the impact of predictive analysis given the state of late response to 811 tickets.
It's a broad category. You got any leading questions?
Yeah, to give you a little bit of a leading question, I think there's kind of two key areas that this conversation tends to go in. One is how do we use old data, previous year's data on locate response times to help better kind of calculate when a new ticket should become valid. If you know that a ticket, is more likely to be done on time if you push it out a few days from its current target date, is that the effective way to go? So there's one component, is how can we use old data to better project when a new ticket can reasonably be located given everything that we're seeing in the industry?
That's great. I'll take the stab at that. I'm actually new to the industry, so I've only been in the industry for 18 months, but I came from a background in data analytics. So the predictive nature of the data that I'm seeing early stages has really got me excited about where we can go with damage prevention over time. So there's a plethora of data that's out there, and our company is currently taking that and putting it in a usable format where we can really, to your point, predict how and when we can get to tickets in a more timely fashion and in the right order of damage prevention and safety, right? I mean, keeping those at the forefront as the most important things to the company. How we can do that in a smarter and more efficient manner is something the company is working at extremely hard, and we're making good inroads of using that historical data, but we're also forward thinking and talking about some of the future data that we can use as well, whether that be GDP or regional growth metrics, construction indexes. We're taking all that data and predicting how and when we're going to need locators for the demands of the tickets.
Okay. Yeah, so the way I look at it is there's got to be collaboration between stakeholders, locating companies, the 811 centers, because I do believe the data really gives us a lot of information in terms of the size of the ticket, the scope of the ticket, what is needed, and then you mix that or marry that up with capacity analytics, like how much time would it take for a normal person to do a task, right? A specific task in the most preferred way, following a process and procedure. And I think that when you mix that together with all the data that's coming into the 811 systems, it could better tell us, like, well, okay, based on what you're telling me, this ticket was going to take X amount of time to get done, which puts it out further, or depending on what the resources are out in the field to accomplish that task. So, I mean, I see that data analytics can certainly help with projecting how long it's going to take X job to get done, and when you start putting that information together as tickets come into the system, you're seeing what the future is telling you of how much time and how many resources is going to be needed to get this work done. And then when you're with the locating companies, you know what the resource is, and then you can say, okay, this is our capacity. It's going to take X amount of time to take out the work. It's no different than like Uber surge pricing and surge rates. Things, it just takes more time.
Right, and I think, not all tickets are created equal, right? And I think that's really what you're getting down to.
Yeah,
They're not
absolutely.
all created equal.
Yeah.
But we're judged and reviewed and looked upon as if every single ticket is the same, and it's not. We're still using 40-year-old metrics of dig laws. 2 business days, 3 business days, 48 hours, whatever.
Right.
That has been the one true consistent, but everything around that is changing every single day. The growth, the numbers, the type of utilities. Now when you hit it used to be a phone line. Okay, it was a phone line. Well, now it's a fiber cable, and it's knocking out hundreds or thousands, of services.
Yes.
So, it comes back to, yes, we can measure it, we can report it, but how are we going to implement that to make it successful?
Well, I think you rewind a little bit, and this is why this topic intrigued me so much, is to affect late outcomes in the field is one way data analysis can be used, right? But there's so many other ways that data analysis can be used from a historical perspective and blending it in with current data that might be being received. As far as, to your point, not every ticket's the same. How do we analyze tickets in order to maybe effectively take care of them or route them as we're doing our day-to-day work, as well as looking to affect outcomes after the fact? So, I think all of our organizations have handled data on what I'll call a day-to-day basis very well, getting the job done. It's now a matter of how can we look at analyzing that data more to get that job done better in so many ways. And I know at least people that we work with are looking to do that, and that seems to be something that is on the top of everybody's mind. We have this data, let's try to leverage it in a more intelligent way, including our day-to-day work. So not only affecting outcomes that might be late in the field, but other things such as how do we handle risky situations in the field, and things along those lines.
So gentlemen, you've mentioned a few things as far as having the data as a locator, analyzing the job, the man hours it's going to take, the size of the job, things of that nature that better prepare you to locate things on time. But what is the responsibility of operators and locators to provide that information back to the 811 center? So at the genesis of the ticket, some more of this information as far as planning out when the work can be done. If I move my start date out 1 or 2 days, I'll make sure that I can get 100% on-time locates as opposed to 2 working days. What is the responsibility for the operators and the locators to provide that data so that it's available to the consumer at the point of the ticket?
I would think the majority of the relationships locators have with their clients, that data is provided. They know where things stand out in the field. And I would say the majority of them probably know, hey, this is going to be a little more complicated than others. What do you guys think?
But I think the point goes to the importance of that other topic of sharing data, right? And I think that's sometimes been a challenge among the different parties within the overall process. But I think absolutely the sharing of data and the effectiveness of that and the ability to do that in an efficient way, again, leads to, I think, better outcomes in the field, including the topic of this discussion, which is, affecting the late outcomes and thus potential regulatory issues.
Yeah, I think that relaying the information to 811 centers, I don't think it's difficult. I think all of us are open to do that. It's not proprietary information. I think with the old school thinking of just 811 is the middle person. They get the information and they send it out. It's I think there's some barriers that need to be lifted in order for them to realize what it takes to do the work. And again, it's about the time invested, and there's algorithms. For instance, like I look at Amazon. Like everyone's ordering stuff from Amazon, right? And you get instant, all the algorithms working in the background tells you, okay, you're going to have your package on this day around this time. So I can see that kind of thought process or algorithms working in the background of a system, so that as tickets get called in, the brain's working, and it's going to say, all right, based on what you're telling me and the current situation, it's going to take X amount of time for your ticket to get done.
Well, you're talking about exactly what we're talking about here is Amazon's leveraging their data for predictive outcome that they can then broadcast you.
Yeah.
You could do the same by taking in the data and saying, just for instance, this is how I want to prioritize my work, just to make sure that in this case everything gets done at the time it should get done.
Yeah, yeah.
And the data's there to do it. It's just a matter of how do I effectively get it to manage to that degree, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and we're working on, like I said, we're working on that data right now. It's become a lot more complicated than I initially thought, right? And one of the key stats that we're really tracking in our company is our 14-day moving average of tickets. And we're seeing in that data almost a 25% peak to valley of tickets, right? So it's not just there's, hey, a ticket, to your point, it's all tickets created equal. Not only is it not that fact, but it's also, they all come at these ebbs and flows, right? And the peaks and the valleys, and in order to take that data, you almost have to know where that's happening in the cycle, right? That's an attribute of the data. Is this ticket coming in a peak or is it coming in a valley? That has a lot to determine how you actually handle the ticket and how long it took you, right? And you'll actually start to see some damage profiles coming out there as well as you use the data, right? In those peaks, right? As you can imagine, you start to have more damages occurring, and so that data is extremely valuable to tell us when we need to throttle, slow down, go fast. It's a difficult business, but we're embracing the data and we're upgrading our system to make sure that we can use that data more effectively to make better decisions.
So what kind of tools do, for instance, you guys use to do that?
So we're using a lot of big data.
Is it a toolkit or is it?
It's a toolkit. We're using a lot of big data tools. So I'm not plugging for Microsoft, but Microsoft Power BI and Azure and all the networks. Previously I actually came from Honeywell, and I was the VP of data analytics. So I'm using a lot of what I know and leverage there in this industry, and we're just on the forefront, right? I haven't solved it, and it's a big problem, and it's been around for decades, right? As I get to know and talk to more and more people. So it's not going to be a problem solved overnight, but we're at least taking those steps, building an infrastructure, learning from the data, and then reacting, right? Changing our processes, coming up with new ways, coming up with a better mousetrap.
We can use the data to target your efforts.
That's right.
In that huge arena, and tell you what's going to affect change best for us right now, and then make a plan moving forward based on the data as you know it.
That's right. That's right.
And, when I look at data too, like there's twofold on it. Like the data should tell the excavator, like, okay, you're not going to get 3 days or 2 days or 48 hours or whatever. Like the data is there to tell them, listen, it is not reasonable for you to expect all this to get marked out. So the data says you have to wait, or you have to expand it out a tier, because the information's all there.
That's right.
Polygons are there. The 811 centers knows exactly what customers are in there, and if it's simply built, like it's like, okay, your ticket, it'll take X time to get done.
Yeah. Doesn't that come back to we're still working with an antiquated rule system? So we can have all that, and we can say it's going to be 5 days, 4 days, 3 days. Well, it's still outside the 48 hours or 2 business days.
Yeah.
So all those analytics can tell you, hey, you're going to be late 3 days.
Yeah. Right. Or the law needs to change.
And that's my whole point.
Or the law needs to be flexible.
We have to come around on that side of the fence. I mean, because if the analytics are out there that says when you're going through a school zone and you speed, bad things happen.
Yep.
So laws get changed, right?
Yep.
So we're in a situation with dig laws throughout the country that are different, albeit that's another conversation.
Sure.
But if we have the data that says this is when we're going to deliver, what are we going to do about it? So we could tell them, but how's that help? Now, I know from an excavator standpoint, they'd much rather know you're going to be 2 days late, so I'm not sending my bore rigs out there, getting set up, and then losing that ROI. So,
and what you're talking about is using data to help potentially affect legislative change.
Absolutely.
Right? And again, that to me is a positive if you find that certain legislation, regulation, if you will, is not applicable in the field or has become antiquated, right? It needs updating, if you will. I think nothing speaks better than data to help support arguments like that.
And then when you look at the size of projects and the scopes of projects, right? Not all projects are the same.
That's right.
So we can put in a new main for 2 blocks, or we can put in a new main 2 miles. How do we get that information, working with clients ahead of time, municipalities with permitting, whatever the case may be, to say, listen, there's going to be, a piece of this funnel right here, it's going to get clogged up because of the amount of tickets that's going to get called in.
Yeah.
How can we treat that differently?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in today's world, I think we're just using Band-Aids, which is, we try to communicate with the excavators. We put in processes at our company where we're calling on all those and just getting the advance warning, but that's not a permanent solution to the problem.
Exactly. So I think we touched on one part of how predictive analytics can help in terms of providing information to the excavator at the creation of the ticket, potentially to alter that start date and time. Like you were saying, that if they know that it's going to be 3 days late, for instance, they don't want their crew sitting on site for 3 days, so they might be willing to push that out for 3 days when they know they can get all their locates. Another part of predictive analytics, though, is looking at all the information and determining how we're going to respond to that ticket. We know that today not all locates get responded to as they should, and the question needs to be asked of whether or not screening tickets is appropriate when it is appropriate, or how you use predictive analytics to maybe screen certain locates, knowing we don't have the crew to be able to physically locate every single one.
So I think you're looking at ticket risk assessment, in that scenario. And again, it comes in, what kind of information do I have on that dig ticket? And do I have accurate enough information to be able to do a risk assessment and go, you know what? We can screen this thing. There's not an opportunity here for this. And tightening up those boundaries. And then what's being input into that system, I think, is critical to make an impact in that area.
Yeah, I agree. As part of that big data project, our company is trying to track all the incidents that are also really valuable data points, right? When the damage happens, right? The damage happens with a fence being put in. We're actually tagging that and geo-tracking that and putting on a map layer. Therefore, when a locator kind of pulls up there, they can see, hey, there was damage in the area here before. Take note. And so it's not only the assessment of the ticket, but in our opinion, also the assessment of the locator, right? It's whether I'm sending out somebody that's brand new versus a 10-year veteran. That's a big difference, and I try to match up my tickets to the damage or risk assessment that's being done, and just use the data more efficient. That helps over the overall kind of the risk profile, right? Which is, we're damage prevention, but we're also kind of the risk takers here in this business, in the locating business. So we have to assess that in a minute detail and really put the appropriate resources to the appropriate job.
And it's not only that, but it's the geography and the makeup of, there's something, we all have been there in certain cities, certain parts of cities, it's like, oh gosh, good luck, that's going to be a turn back.
That's right.
It's really hard to locate that line there. But when you know that ahead of time, right?
That's right.
You're not sending out that brand new person going, hey, go out there and locate. You're sending out someone seasoned, or you have a process and procedure.
And you start the communication process potentially with the excavator
Yep.
as far as, okay, this might take a little bit longer than normal, et cetera. But again, you're utilizing your data to effectively handle and manage your work, not only potentially screening work out, but also managing the work that does happen in the field.
Yeah, now to the question of screening, absolutely screening is appropriate. I mean, we all know that in certain cases, right, it's very obvious and easy. Even for a novice like me, I had the team walk me through, like, how does this whole process work? And very quickly and clearly you can see some prime examples that are things that you can quickly screen out. But then it goes to that next level of what's the harder to screen, and you really have to have appropriate processes, appropriate training, good documentation, and even some rules, I think, on the locator base of who's allowed to screen, right? I don't really want my 6-week locator kind of making those judgment calls of how much risk does the company want to take this week.
Isn't that also the relationship you have with the operator, right? Whether or not it's telecom, gas, power, it's your relationship as a locator with them to say, hey, it's your risk.
It's a combined risk.
I'm an important piece of mitigating it, so let's work together to determine the best course of action.
Right. But I think screening, to your point, on the obvious is absolutely appropriate, because I think there's obvious on both sides, obvious conflicts and obvious tickets you can suppress. And as long as you're doing it with effective business rules, as opposed to, letting things happen on more of an automated basis, then I think that is absolutely an appropriate way, because then you're assessing your own risk, and at the same time you're potentially combining that risk or taking that risk with other parties that are involved with that job, if you will.
So what bothers you about the automated screening? Just curious.
And I obviously come from the technology side of things. Technology is great, but it's not 100%. And the one thing that I've seen that people are doing from an automated standpoint, more so than anything, is leveraging geospatial calls in order to make those calls. Whereas I think we all can know, having been in the industry for a while, even a short term, that most people's thoughts on the integrity of their GIS data is very low. And so if you're leveraging data that isn't very highly thought of or very accurate, then potentially the outcomes in the field are going to be negative. So that's why I say stick to a set of strong business rules where you're leveraging potentially technology, but you're making those decisions as opposed to having those decisions be made. You can certainly have technology make decisions for you in segregation of work, so now you can review work in more of an efficient way, but to have it make automatic decisions for you, at least in one man's opinion, is a little bit scary.
Yeah, and I agree. Like, I'm more against screening the technical way. I mean, maybe it's old school, but like to just make sure you get your eyes on it, because the validity of the prints, you just don't know until you get out there and see it. And nothing in most utility organizations is like the prints are only a guide. So you're reliant.
Right.
You're reliant that it's a guide. So you're going to make a decision based on, I guess, unreliable information until you get out there and validate it. So, I mean, I can totally see like how it could help, but it's risky.
There's certain type of automation you can do, but it's, to me, a little bit more limited these days. And it might get better, because I know there's a lot of organizations that are really doing a lot of work to make that data and take it to a better state. But I think it all depends on your trust in the data that you're using as that source for decision making, right?
To expand on that a little bit, we've got a number of large utility operators in my state, in Tennessee, that are screening tickets, and some of them have a kind of multi-stage or multi-level screening process. And some of it is eyes-on, some of it is automated. There's even keyword usage, mapping, various other factors that come to play. But what we're seeing, as has been alluded to in this conversation, is that the data that screening is based on is not always what you want it to be. So it can lead to tickets that are screened when they shouldn't have been. And I think that in our case, we are experiencing contractors who lose faith in the service because they expect that a ticket's going to be screened and delayed and those kind of things. So if we're going to implement screening in a broad way, which I think more and more the industry is going in that direction, whether it's my preference or not is of little matter here. What is the requirement or the expectation of communicating how that ticket has been handled with the contractor so that they understand how their response should change?
I think that's a great point, because
it is.
It goes back to effective communication, because if you're going to take action on a ticket, no matter what it is, you should directly communicate what you've done with that ticket, not only to the call center as it might be required, but take the extra step and do it directly to the excavator. That way, then you have every assurance that whatever has been done on that ticket is being effectively communicated back to the originator of that ticket, and you can continue potential communication as the history of that ticket plays itself out. It seemed like you had pretty strong opinion.
You're right. It's if you're going to do a certain thing to clear, or say an area doesn't have a facility on there, you should explain it in the process somewhere in the positive response or the advanced positive response, to say, hey, your ticket for ABC stakeholder was cleared by this method. Right. You know what I mean? Just so then they have an idea of how their work was being validated, or so to speak.
It'd be even better if there was some acknowledgement coming back.
Yes, to me it gives me a warm and fuzzy in both sides. Yeah, if I was an excavator and a locator, because the human element is now added in there, where someone actually, physically went to the site, they did their visual scan of the area, and determined based on what my data tells me and what I'm seeing, it all matches up. I'm okay to clear. Now, the prints are only a guide, right?
Yeah.
So, who knows, but in many cases, you don't know how old the print is. There could be new installations that weren't put on the print, and that's the whole purpose of it. The human element I think is always going to be there until someday robots are invented or whatever to do this stuff for us, right? But it gives the warm and fuzzy that, hey, someone's been there, someone has validated based on the information that they have that this site is clear, or they mark it and you can go ahead and dig. So,
Yeah, I completely agree of communicating back, to the community of the actions that are being taken.
Well, that's the definition of communication,
yeah,
right?
particularly
Absolutely.
for what I'd call high consequence utilities, right? I mean, when you're thinking something where safety is involved, obviously you're not doing screening and things there, but even something like fiber optic that might be a high consequence, to have that communication back and forth, right? I might have a differing opinion on a lower consequence thing of how much communication is really needed. Do you just need to put a code back to the 811? But communication needs to happen nonetheless.
But doesn't that come back to that owner-operator, that facility? I mean, we're not going to go out as locators and just make up a screening process. So whether or not it's that gas or if it's, a local cable company, the guidelines out there for them to share with us what's tolerable from a risk. And if they say, hey, you can screen it, but you got to go out in the field, do a visual cue, make sure this, that, and the other, well, that's what we're going to do, from a relationship.
That's right.
So I really think it comes back to that owner-operator sharing and working together to say, here's our tolerance. How can we work together to do that? And then it's up to us to help them build that plan, because we should have the systems and capabilities to do that.
Yeah, I agree with that. And like any other process, to me, there needs to be an audit to that process too. Because with effective collaboration, for instance, you could say, okay, well, we're going to take those rules you told us we can apply, and then let's assess, whether it's monthly or what have you, how we're doing. And can we affect change in that process? From, saying, okay, well, things are working, how do we make it better? Or things aren't working as we thought, let's tweak it so that now. But again, utilizing the data that you have now through the process you've put in place, and whatever that may be through screening, then you should effectively, like anything else, go back and say, okay, are the outcomes of that process what we predicted or hoped?
I think so far we've mentioned a few different topics, but we've mentioned the need to update one-call laws. We've mentioned the need for operators and locators to communicate better with 811 centers, maybe provide more information that will help with some of this analytics to provide that information at the creation of the ticket. We've also talked about screening tickets and response, looking at that from a different angle, using analytics as an operator and a locator to determine the type of response. One thing that's done in other parts of the world is to send maps in certain instances, depending on what is there and the risk associated. We also mentioned that maps aren't always up to date, but to get to that model, that could be a situation where we don't have to worry about the 2 working days necessarily, or the 4 days. If we can send a map that will be there within 10 minutes of creation of a ticket and allow the excavator to then determine what they want to do with that. Could that be a solution here to get us maybe away from screening tickets and to get more locates done in the field, and to use those analytics to have the locators at the ones we need more specifically?
And I believe that's Australia that has a model kind of like that.
Commonly referred to as the Australia model, I believe.
Yeah. I think the difference is, again, coming back to the owner-operator versus the system there. Are all the utilities willing to have an excavator, a plumber, an electrician? Hey, here's my print. So when you trench or bore, I never see that happening.
Yeah, and I would agree, because even with, for instance, companies such as yourselves, there's a hard time for the utilities sharing information such as that with you folks. And so, it although I think I see at least from my lens, I see the benefits of a system like that potentially. It seems like we're very far off from that. I guess the question would be is if everyone decided that was something that was, beneficial, how do you plot your way forward to that?
Yeah, I think we're far away from that as well. It's a good concept, but it's just, I think that until stakeholders can like validate that where they're saying their lines are in a GPS format, where it's going to be close to what the print actually says and how it relates to the road, then it would help them better plan. But just saying, hey, here's your polygon, here's your print, you figure out your plan. I think we're really far away from that. I just don't
But
see
do we
it
think a municipality would be willing to do that? So here's my water, here's my storm, here's my sanitary?
Well,
I mean,
good question. No, I don't think, because Homeland Security
it's
stuff,
public.
man, we're in a different world right now.
It's a public system. I'm paying taxes for my water, for my sewer, for my storm.
The likelihood may be greater, but again, the security concerns have grown so much over the years. They've always been a concern. But especially some of the more high-profile utilities, I think, are getting more and more, even with trusted partners before, are getting more and more reticent on sharing that kind of information, unfortunately. So you do have to find some sort of happy medium to where that information can be, and I'll put this very broadly, shared securely in some form or another.
Well, yeah, because it is giving away, it's giving away enough detailed information where, well, the intention of it is to be safe and keep our our facilities safe and people safe. The other side of that coin is that it certainly puts risk out there if it's in the wrong hands too.
Well, let me just play devil's advocate. So, and I'll just use gas and water.
Sure.
Gas post, don't hit my line, call 811. They're out there. The markers are all out there. The meters are out there. We can see everything.
Yeah.
So why can't you just give me a print for right here so I can go ahead and excavate? I can walk out and see the water. I can see the manholes. I can see the pedestals. You name it. It's there, right? And you were saying earlier, hey, having that visual cue so I can see that. Well, as an excavator, I'm already out there. I'm looking. And if I'm a good excavator, I'm making sure everything's located, and I'm looking at it and going, you know what? I see water. I see blue out there. I don't see green. Something's missing here.
Yeah.
I don't go ahead and dig. I should be calling someone back up and going, you guys are missing something here.
Yeah.
I think that's been somewhat of a paradox in the sharing of information, because to your point, a lot of this information is public. You just got to look for it or ask for it in some cases, right?
Yeah.
So the whole process, if I want to know where something is just out of curiosity, call center's got to take my ticket. I can call and say I'm planting a tree in my front yard. I'll sure as heck know what's in my front yard after that, probably. So, but that being said, there's always that balance with saying, well, okay, well, we do have to handle our data in somewhat of a secure manner.
Absolutely.
So we can't just be freely giving it out without a process or without some sort of platform that assures us that it's going to be as secure as it can be, whatever that data may be.
Yeah, and I'll comment. So it's one thing to know where stuff's at, like you can see it, like the signs of, but it's another thing to know how it all connects together.
Sure.
And I think that's the risky part is, there's valves, you can access valves, but if it's I guess I just want to say, you know stuff's there, but you don't really know it until you put all the pieces together where your risk points are in terms of the safety. But I certainly get your point.
So I want to revisit a topic that we kind of started this conversation with as we enter into the last legs of our allotted time here. We have a number of states that are in various stages of rolling out some kind of predictive analytics or just beginning the conversation about what that would look like implemented. So what are the data points that we need to be taking into account as we build out an algorithm, or maybe the dumber version of an algorithm, depending on where we start, we hit on what's your available workforce. That's an obvious limitation. We hit on how long do you have to complete a locate in the state. Then you can start getting into GDP and consumer spending and those kind of things. So in your opinion, what are the key points of data that need to be taken into account when we're using this for predictive analysis?
Yeah, so I think you hit on the main ones. I mean, when I think about it as supply and demand. So I want to know what the demand is out there. What are the tickets and what are the nature of those tickets? So as many attributes that I can assign to what the type of utility is, how, going back to the point of how much capacity, right, on a fiber, is it a 1024 versus something else? Having all those attributes is very important to know what type of ticket that is, right? How hard is that going to be to find or locate, right? We have a profile or kind of a standard way of doing each one. Even though all tickets are not created equal, there are some similarities. So if you can put them in groups or buckets, you kind of handle that demand side of it. And then the supply side is how do we get the appropriate resources for all those peaks and those valleys. And in the right geography, battling the weather, battling locality permits, and all the things that you have to go and do. And that's just an enormous amount of data. We're adding data point after data point, but I think the sky's the limit, or it's an endless ocean of data that's out there, which is much the case in any industry, right? As you start to come face to face with big data, you come to realize that there's too much for us to take on, right? So how do you prioritize? How do you go after the right things? Which I think is your point, and that's really what the company's focused on, is boiling it down to that supply and demand, and then on top of that, layering into where the damage is happening, right? It's about damage prevention, so taking that data and trying to mash all that together. How do we handle our supply and demand? What outcomes, both positive and negative, happen when we put these algorithms together? That really helps us, think, be forward-looking of okay, what does that mean for the future? What processes or technology need to change to adapt?
Yeah, and with that question in mind and the topic of this conversation, bridging off of what you were just saying, I look at it as two buckets. One leading into one is, from a planning standpoint, working with the parties, say, within a state, like the call center, what have you, to understand, okay, what is going to happen from a ticket volume standpoint potentially over the upcoming season or year, depending on projects that might be happening or what have you. And then on the back end, in addition to that, understanding any legislative items such as stimulus and that kind of thing that might affect, again, the supply, if you will. And then understanding what that demand is going to be and the supply is going to be, how do we effectively staff up and then manage that work and efficiently manage that work using those data points from the tickets themselves. So yeah, I think it's one leading into the other data points, understanding what the work and the volume of the work that potentially is there, and then handling that volume of work appropriately, planning for it, and then handling it effectively as it comes in.
Yeah, so I see the most important key is the portal where everything goes to the 811 system. And at that point, that is where the end product that we get today is this information about a ticket, the type of work, where it's happening, and the extent, okay? What I would like to see in the data there is that ticket now not only gives us that, but based on any logarithms or algorithms that we put together, is going to give an estimated time that's going to be needed to do this work for these facility owners, based on whatever in the polygon and whatever criteria we establish as a locating companies. Like, we all can agree that we can all come to an agreement that it takes X amount of time to do an X thing, right? So you put all that together, that's where when you look at the work coming in every day, then you get a good analysis on how many hours is it going to take to do this work. And then it's simple math. Just coming into the system, that's the end product.
Yeah, so you could have 3 locators on that one dig ticket, taking different amounts of time. And to understand that, the whole global concept would be tremendous.
Just like there's for Common Ground Alliance, they have best practices. There should be best practices for technicians out in the field as well, like just in terms of just time. And that's just And, I know I keep going back to that, but it's really that simple. That for you to walk from point A to point B in the way we want you to, it takes X time. You can't make it. You can't go any faster. It just takes this amount of time, because when you start speeding up, then that's when you can trip, you can fall, right, or you can wander. And that's where it's got to be a steady pace every day, just building. And also too, the thing we have that works against us is that people or organizations can call in tickets or put in tickets 24 hours a day, right? Well, in the capacity of actually going out in the field marketing them, you have 16 hours a day during the peak summer month, depending where you're at, in the country. But we're in the Midwest where I'm at, you get X amount of time, and then you're talking night shifts, and I don't think residents like homeowners and like to see people walk around their backyards in the middle of the night marking stuff out. So
flashlights,
then you're doing 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Then you start stressing your employees out.
Sure, that's right.
They're professionals. Yeah. They're out there doing a professional job.
Yeah.
And before long, their performance starts going down.
They're human. They get tired.
I think the other key critical point, I'm going to go back to operators again, because I know in Louisville is about 4 or 5 years ago, Google was going to come through. Everybody knew Google was going to come through. Everybody ramped up for Google. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a negative consequence to these analytics as well when they don't, because we're not hiring people. We're hiring families.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're out there doing a professional job. And we hire for this increase.
Yeah.
And it doesn't happen, there's negative consequences. Because I would wager to say all of us around this table has grown probably at least 10 to 20% year over year from a volume standpoint.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And we've hired for 10 or 20% year after year. But then it becomes 25%, 32%. Oh, well, this project came through. So is analytics going to get that, or is it going to be someone saying, listen, we have these projects? Because when you do SUE, subsurface utility engineering, you're not doing that the fall before construction. You're doing that 2 years in fall before construction.
Yeah.
So where's that communication breakdown on these projects to where we as locators and call centers aren't aware of it?
Yeah, and I think there's no one from a call center on this table, but I think if they were here, they would say, yeah, there's probably better coordination with us that needs to happen as well, right? So we can help our members understand and the people in our community understand the impacts of truly what will happen, so that what is actually being planned actually happens as it was planned, and there aren't any false positives, if you will, as well as to make sure that everyone at the end of the day is prepared for the work that's going to come down the pipeline.
So, gentlemen, we're running out of time here, but Tom, I think that's a good point to end on, in that I think we can all agree that to get to this stage of predictive analytics to where it can be really beneficial to the whole community as a whole, data sharing must be the number one priority. And through that data sharing, we'll be able to create these tools either on the one-call level or otherwise that will allow us as locators, operators, and even contractors to better plan out our jobs to ensure that we get to zero damages, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to make a point on the communication, right? Even getting back to the 811 and saying what data do you think we should have, we need to communicate clearly across the states, right? Even something as simple as every state having the same definition of this is what X is going to be, right? We need that commonality to solve a really kind of a larger big data problem. So it'll start as a collective industry of really taking it seriously.
Yeah.
Stepping back, right? 811's got to coordinate. We can help, right? We can all get together and come up with a common way of talking and doing these things. Because currently I have to build systems for each state and handle it different, send data back and forth different. I mean, it's pretty complex, and there's some ways that we can streamline that and all get on the same page and do things in a similar fashion.
Great. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the conversation. Appreciate it. And for everybody online, that brings us to the end of this conversation.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Thank you.
Pleasure. You bet.
what's going to be really good about this learning management system and the use and the way we use video, the way we use drone footage, GoPro footage, multiple camera angles. It's going to be very different than just learning it in a classroom. The hope is that you can go back and watch all this stuff multiple times if need be, so it'll help you retain the information. It'll give you really more than a hands-on experience actually when you're watching this through video.
That's where this video training kind of gets a little better than the hands-on training in some aspect, because while you can sit in a classroom and explain how signal comes out and how it works and the science of it, we can actually show graphics and animate, how the fields come off the line and how the signal repels out and comes back in, and other information that's happening during the locate through video.
If you were to complete the training material and then come out here and locate them yourselves, they would be exactly where you saw them in the videos. But the program is also good for people who aren't in the field but are, say, still in the industry. I mean, there are other training programs out there for people to use, but in terms of something like that we've produced here, no one's ever done that before.
So let's take a look at another intersection, North Grove at South Diversitech Drive. The extent, locate the northeast corner of the intersection, 25 foot north of the center line of South Diversitech Drive. 2, 50 foot east of the center line of North Grove Street. There's the Google map, which does show the difference between North Diversitech and South Diversitech Drive. And you can see the intersection with North Grove is right here. Again, the aerial view. All our work is going to take place within what is photographed here. But we're going to ask you to find the intersection. This is intersection 10, and you'll need to press the 10 square to move on. Here's the electric map. And by looking at the map, it would appear that nothing would have to be located with the extent, which was 25 foot north of the center and 50 foot east of this center. But that's according to the map. Let's show you the actual location. Sure enough, the only electric is on the south side of South Diversitech Drive. It would not be included in the locate extent. But with a small change in the extent, then the electric would be in conflict with the excavation, because the extent has now changed just one word. Instead of north of the center line, it is now south of the center line. So you can see we can come back to the same intersection many, many times, and by changing the extent, it will change what you need to know about where you need to locate.
We first start off looking at the prints, looking at what we need to locate, looking at how many marks are on the ground. Does that match with what should be on the ground? And then at that point, once you see you have the marks or not, start hooking up, verifying all the paint, correcting as needed.
An auditor will actually take the exact same steps that the locator should have taken to complete the locate. As we did out here today, our auditor came out, reviewed the scope of the locate request to determine the extent of excavation, and at that point he should be following the same processes and procedures as the locator did, and in this case went ahead and hooked up at the electric transformer, and at that point again making the complete sweep to identify all utilities in the area, and then he should be following those out and monitoring those marks to check for accuracy, and then ensuring those are marked complete and accurately all the way through the scope of the locate request. Where he does find deviations, he will go ahead and make those corrections at that time, but essentially we're looking for not only the accuracy of marks, but we also want to challenge all of our auditors to double check to make sure that the locator followed all those processes and procedures. Did we hook up at the right spot? What is that error rate that we're finding on those locates, and can we narrow that? What opportunities can we feed back to the locator in order to make those improvements? Each of our locators, we want to touch their work at least once a month, but we do maintain what we call a scorecard with our locators. We will track their event history, and obviously we're going to be targeting those folks that might be somewhat on the lower spectrum there. They might get some increased visual attention for those audits, but for the most part, we have both an random audit program, and then there will be those targeted audits that happen on the folks that seem to be struggling a little more. We will try to find coaching opportunities in order to improve folks, because we don't want someone working out of the system. We'd rather bring them up through the system. Right. So those opportunities of improvement, we want to try and make a positive experience. We want that correction. It's painful to have to bring someone else in to replace someone, so we'd rather keep the folks we have and make them better. No substitute for experience. So we definitely want to make sure we bring them up, not work them out whenever possible. Instances where we have either a utility or we'll have a third-party contractor that's conducting audits on our work. We'll work with those folks. When they find deviations, we'll meet them at the site and we can determine what corrections need to be made so they see our interaction on those corrections. We also do have some reporting mechanisms in place where either on a weekly or a monthly basis we'll feed that data back to the customer so they can see what we're finding, and then we can share with them any trend data that we have. So for excavator tickets, we do have what we call high-risk excavations, and maybe not so much as excavator-centric as it is excavation-centric. So things like fence jobs, which are going to be high-risk tickets where there's a high incidence of damages. Those will be the kind of locates that we might want to look at more so than maybe, say, a drop installation. So where we do have that higher incidence of potential damage, those are some of the audits that we will be targeting to try and avoid those damages. The quality audit process really is a twofold event for us, meaning we want to make sure that it's not just the accuracy, it's challenging those auditors and some of those folks, be they dedicated, be they supervisor, making sure that those folks really follow all the processes and procedures, not simply ensuring the marks are on the ground. Because missing one of those steps through the process could lead later on to a locate damage, and we want to prevent that on the front end by ensuring they follow all those process steps.
That one is 100% correct.
unitary gravity main, we can't provide that depth of information. An engineer is going to need to design that with eyes on that particular utility. We do it ahead of time a lot of times, like you said, right before shovel goes in the ground. We do design when it's a less impactful design where they just need to know what's where and they can kind of design around that. But anytime you need to put any sort of particular information hard on paper is typically when you call an engineer.
I would say that the industry is probably, it's been evolving for the last couple of years where you have more and more private utility locators are not just going out and responding and putting paint on the ground. They're embracing more technology. They're actually producing maps. And then also at the SUE level, your SUE contractors that are out there, I'm starting to see them not necessarily provide a SUE package every time. There's a mix, they're maybe producing a map, but it isn't, an official SUE product that they're giving their client. So the line I think is starting to get blurred a lot.
Well, I think one of the issues is and certainly the way that we look at it is you have to understand what's the client wanting, what do they need in order to proceed with their project. So, in a lot of cases, yeah, perhaps they only need what I would call a private locate, where they don't need an actual engineer report, they don't need a CAD drawing, they don't need it to be surveyed. They're just basically looking for information. Paint on the ground is what it boils down to. Yeah, so we do perform those type of services as the client dictates. However, one of the things that I think in actually the new standard that's about to be issued very cleanly says that locates that are performed by outside services, in other words, by private locators, if they are brought into that engineering design, they are no better than quality level D ever. So even if they were surveyed in or what have you, they cannot be considered anything more than quality level D because that work needs to be performed under the direction and the guidance of the engineer that's signing and sealing that. And if they're not direct employees of that engineer, then they're not under that direction.
So am I correct when like all the quality levels require a P stamp on whatever is submitted, is that correct?
Yeah, you could say that, yes, exactly, in order to define the pedigree.
Right. So do you think, I'd be interested to know your opinion on this, do you think that there should be some sort of specification, some sort of a clean break between the private locator and the SUE provider? Should there be another standard for the private locator? Because right now, if all of a sudden I want to buy a truck and the equipment, I could go out and call myself a private locator.
Right.
And there's nobody policing my quality other than the industry and my clients, right? So.
Right, but I think that's really market driven, market condition. It's the client. What are they demanding? What are they requesting? What do they require? I think it's contingent on them to understand what it is that they need as a deliverable. What's the end result that they have to get to, and then how do they get there? There's certainly a myriad of instances where we don't provide any sort of signed and sealed document to a client because they made the determination that they did not need that to get where they needed to go. On the other hand, though, there are many instances where we are providing signed and sealed documents because they need that information and they need to have somebody certifying the pedigree of the data that they're receiving. So.
I suppose it goes back to what you said though about a two-tier system, who's accountable for those private locates. Are they actually advising their customers correctly? They may not want to give up the work and say, well, you just need a private locate, where actually they need the details and the information from a SUFA. They may not be quality checking anything, but they're saying, well, we can't do it, but we can hook a GPS up and give you a GPS map, and
Well, and there's some issues with that too, because in a lot of states, if you do that, you're surveying without a license.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some other implications that you could run into in those regards.
And if they don't, Jimmy, we're going to come in there. I was gonna say, and if that doesn't trip them up, it goes back to market driven, right? If you promise falsely to that client, whether it's you don't have the experience to know what you're doing, or whether it's, hey, we're this level but we're not, if there is no legal issue there, they're probably still not going to get a call back at a later date. So yes, I think there could be an advantage to having a standard at some point. I think it's something the industry will probably push for eventually. But right now it's totally market driven from both instances.
Yeah, I think there's a place for both sides of that equation to play. Just because we produce a map that we have signed and sealed, we've indicated its accuracy by assigning a pedigree to the information that's on that map. Does a directional driller still need to have private locate work done? Do they still need to do a vacuum pothole to visually, lay eyes on where that utility is before they cross it? Yeah, and most of the time, in fact, there are many scopes and specifications that require the directional drillers to expose the facilities. Even though we may have gone out and provided that map and indicated, at least up through quality level B where that facility is, they still, by their scope, have to expose it.
See, the problem is that there's still a large population of, excavation type practices that we'll call 811, which is the right thing to do, right? And then they leave it at that, right? They think they've done their legal responsibility, their due diligence, and that's where it stops.
Right.
And I would bet even a poor private utility locate would be better in a lot of times than not, stopping at 811.
Right.
So you have 811, which is, highly defined what their best practices are for each one of those guys that goes out and does that work. And then you've got Sue, and then you've got this wild, wild west in the middle where you can't really ensure that anybody's actually doing the right thing, right? Using the right technologies. Sure. And then if you look at regular specifications by large contractors, there's a deficit in education there where they're just saying, locate all underground utilities before excavation.
Right.
Right. So that's incredibly broad. And,
Very.
And how do you interpret that? Depends on who you are and how you want to operate your excavation company or directional drilling, right?
Yeah.
And
what level of risk are you willing to accept?
Exactly. Right.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that analysis. There is a huge void potentially in there. 811, I mean, it is by statute the legal requirement, and certainly, the only reason that a lot of companies follow it is because legally they're required to. If there wasn't some statute backing it up, they wouldn't even call 811, right?
But I would bet most of the hits that you see in industry is because somebody decided to stop the investigation, right?
Oh, sure.
Somebody said, we're good enough right here. And, there's probably more of it just after 811, and they said, well, we did our thing, and we got to get going. We have to start digging. We know we're going to hit stuff. We kind of accept that. Right. I hear that sometimes too from people.
Well, to me, the question, how many 811 locators do you ever see with a GPR unit?
None.
No. Precisely. So, and you look around, you look at what is the percentage of utility that's in the ground that is non-detectable, right? And so you've got an 811 locator out there, and they are making their sweep with an electromagnetic device. They have no benefit of any of the other technologies that are available. And they're giving you that information that they've derived either from that. How many times have you seen that guy go out and not even pull out his device and just
they're giving you that information within a time frame that they're working window, right?
Well, and beyond that, I think the one key differentiator here is they're out there to protect their one asset that they're responsible to mark, right? We as private locators, or Sue, however you want to define it, we're there to protect the contractor, the asset, any other assets in the ground. We're out there to find everything possible. We don't have plans generally. Sometimes we do. We can get that ahead of time. But that's what we're there to do. So you're going to find a lot more in-depth investigation completed from this level of investigation? Because you're there to protect your client and the asset at the same time.
I think from our standpoint, because we're affixing a seal, because we are putting professional licensure on the line, and we're backing it up with errors and omissions, insurance, and so on, professional liability, that we have to do the amount of investigation necessary using the technologies that are available to us to provide the most
comprehensive,
yeah, and concise picture of what's there in order to do those things exactly and protect the client, protect the public, and protect our licensure.
I'm curious your thoughts on the impact. So Colorado passed a law, I think this was a year or two ago, requiring SUE investigations before any, I'm not exactly sure how it's defined, but any utility impacted project. So anytime they're digging in right-of-ways, et cetera, installing new utilities. Curious what your thought is if you've tracked any of the impact there, because it puts it on the utility owner, the asset owner, to require that investigation before they get any permits. I've seen that happen in Fort Lauderdale, the city of Fort Lauderdale. Mm-hmm. They will not give a new utility permit unless they've done an investigation ahead of time to identify the precise location of all their assets, because they've had so many damaged over the years. Curious from your perspective what you've seen, if you see other states going that way, requiring
Well,
that.
I would like to see other states go that way, actually. So SB 187, which is the Colorado law, really impacted the level of damages that were occurring. Believe me, they haven't totally gone away.
Right.
But there's been a significant impact in lowering the number of damages that have occurred because of that. So essentially the law says, I'm kind of paraphrasing, if they're digging more than 2 feet in the ground and the project encompasses more than 1,000 square feet of contiguous area, or if directional drilling is involved, they have to perform SUE. So which has been a significant benefit, to the protection of the infrastructure that's in the ground. So I wish I had the stats as to how significant that has been, but I do know that it has been significant in lowering the damages. I think one of the other things that the Colorado law also did was it gave greater access to record information. So now you call in a SUE ticket as a SUE investigator, within 10 days those utilities are supposed to, by law, by statute, provide back their record information to those persons requesting it, and so that you have now at least a good basis of what you should be investigating out there. I mean, we all know that, so I call record drawings, I call them wish builts. We wish we built it that way.
Right.
But that information, is incredibly valuable when you're out performing that investigation, because you're getting some of the clues, at least of, the items that you should be able to account for in your SUE information. So, I think the Colorado law has been very beneficial in that regard. I'm incredibly hopeful that other states will look at it. Pennsylvania does have something already in their law that is similar to that, but it didn't have any real
There's no
enforcement
teeth to it.
Yeah. Colorado's does have significant
it goes straight to the
enforcement
Attorney
teeth.
General office, I believe.
And it can be a hefty cost.
So guys, in 1999, the Federal Highway Administration did a study with Purdue University.
Dr. Lou.
You're buddies with Dr.?
Yeah.
And they found that for every dollar spent on SUE, and I suspect this is true with private locate as well, they got $4.62 back in savings. So why is it 22 years later, I know more and more people are using private locating and SUE, but why is it 22 years later, after kind of this landmark study, it's still not broadly used or used by the majority or whatever?
That's a good question. I think two of the probably indirect impacts on that are what we just talked about. One, the Colorado law, I think, is going to start seeing some of that impact because they put it on the utility owners. A lot of the way these bid packages go out are, hey, this is what we expect, this is the timeline, get it done. And so when I'm talking to a contractor about doing a locate, and we're talking about right-of-way work, they've hit the 811 that Matt mentioned earlier, and that's the end of the law. If they add private locating or a SUE investigation, that's additional cost that they're incurring on their bid. and half the contractors bidding may not do that. And so it's either do that every time, maybe win some work, or don't do that, win some work and stay in business. And so I think until we start seeing really states put some teeth into, if you don't do it, it's going to hurt. Right. And we're going to put this on the owner at the top, and it'll trickle down. And I think you'll start to see those effects. I think you'll start to see that happen if we start to grab onto that.
So let me clarify. So Adam, you're saying they do see the savings, but they meaning the ultimate contractor excavator, they do see the savings, but they might not recognize that they see the savings, so they don't put in their bid, and then so
yeah. So let me clarify. So if they put our cost in the bid, right, they may not win the work.
Right.
Of course.
Right.
And then a lot of the other pushback I get is, hey, look, we hit stuff all the time, but it's not our fault because 811 marked it wrong, and so
someone else.
So that's just additional cost to me. I may hit something, but it's not cost to me. So right, I'm not seeing that cost ever. It goes to the owner or the contractor, right, or the state, whoever.
So unless it is legislatively mandated that they incorporate this, there's no incentive for them to do so. In fact, in a lot of cases, it's a disincentive as costs are added to their cost of the project. And it could be, it's certainly not uniform, because there will be some that accept that cost and others that are, like you said, they're going to wing it. So
you would think, because Sue really has the value pre-bid, right?
Right.
So, if I was going to do a big telecom project, 30 miles of fiber that I was putting in or whatever, it would be so beneficial to have all that information ahead of time, mm-hmm, and then give that as part of the bid package to the contractors, because then they would know exactly how many utilities they were going to cross over,
sure,
how quickly they could dig. If you said to an excavator, here's 100 yards, there's nothing there, dig as fast as you can, that guy's just going to go. And, you'd think that the law, the contractor, everybody would want it done ahead of time.
Sure. No, I agree with
just
that.
Be a part of what's done.
Right. But at the same time, I think, like we talked about Colorado, where it's legislatively mandated that happens. The other states where it's not, I think it boils down to a cost decision. Sometimes a cost and time. Certainly, Sue takes time. We're not going to be able to go out and process an entire Sue project, depending on the size and complexity. We're not, generally speaking, we're not going to be able to process that job, at a day's time. So in a lot of these cases, there's a time to market issue, especially in fiber and stuff like that, where they're looking at how long is it going to take for us from our concept to when we can turn this fiber on and start charging people for accessing it, right? There's a quotient there that somebody has to come up with and go, okay, is it worth us investing in Sue, or should we just blow and go and pray for the best?
Right, and just fix whatever we break, right?
Right, exactly. So, the implications, and I don't mean to make light of utility damages, but it's like, okay, so if we, in this process, we hit, a cable TV line, that's a couple $1,000, no big deal. We hit a water line or something like that, maybe it's a little more expensive. As long as we don't hit a buried electric or a buried gas line, we're probably going to be fine. It's going to cost us a couple grand.
And a lot of times Payne will start to implement some of these policies. So I mentioned Fort Lauderdale earlier, right?
Right.
For those that may know, there was a water line struck, this is probably 2 years ago now, that was feeding their main water treatment facility. And so the whole city of Fort Lauderdale was out of water for several days, or at least one full day until they got it back up and running. And so now, as a result of that, as well as, from what I understand, a couple dozen other pretty high critical impacts, they said, no, we're not doing that anymore. We're doing a private utility. They haven't required any sort of like Sue engineer stamp or completion, but they at least require GPR and a private locate before any new utilities installed.
Yeah, I think that's prudent at a minimum. Certainly you've got to go past 811, because as we talked about a little bit ago, there are, if there's a handful of 811 people in the country that have GPR available to them all day, every day, if you will, that's kind of a stretch, And
right.
so with the amount of non-detectable facilities that are in the ground today, you've got to come at it with more than one technology.
So Greg, that's an interesting point you brought up there. We call these 811 centers one-call centers, right? And they were created, mostly many decades ago. Is there a role for these one-call centers to be more of a one-call center with regards to private locating and SUE in terms of I call 811, the quote-unquote one-call center, and they notify me, maybe they have access to GIS data, maybe they have some other information. They notify me I may have private facilities on my property that I also want to get located, and here are a list of companies, or have automated bids from those companies or something, a clearinghouse of buyers and sellers of services.
Yeah.
Because it's a one-call center. Is there a role for that as we go forward?
I believe there is, absolutely. And I know that
there was a TSR that was written up last year
correct.
that lays out the language that 811 operator.
But that's a recommendation. That's like a recommended.
Sure. But I think there's been a couple of one calls who have tried that, so to speak. In fact, in Texas, we had Lone Star 811 before that went away, and they would hand out a list of private locators. And they mainly did that when folks were calling in like a locate for an entire property, if you will, like their house, like we're doing a swimming pool or whatever. And knowing that in a lot of cases they were not going to get all of the information that they were going to need. So they would then also provide them with 2 or 3 names of private locating companies that could come out and give them that information. So I think there is a role, certainly, that they could play.
My understanding, Michigan, MISDIG, I believe in Michigan, it ran a pilot last year for something very similar, automated system where either the locator or the asset owner, somebody would implicate, hey, there's private utilities or unknown utilities in this area where you're going to be digging, and it would automatically alert the client, hey, there's additional assets in the area, you'll need to call one of these, and it's sent a list of service providers in the area to go out and locate those private utilities. They ran a pilot, they found it successful. They've expanded that pilot program. There's several private locators that are part of that. We're fortunate to be one of them. But something like that could be very impactful to the industry, because a lot of times the contractors, they don't know if there's private assets in the area or abandoned assets in the area or unknown assets in the area.
I don't think the vast majority of homeowners realize that most likely if they have water and gas coming into their house, that is their problem on their side of the meter.
They don't realize that at all.
They don't realize, right? In most cases, the water meter is out at the curb and the gas meter is somewhere near the curb or maybe in the rear alley, but that service line from that meter into the house is the homeowner's responsibility. In fact, even the sanitary sewer, if they are, everything that's on the private side of the curb belongs to the homeowner, and they probably have no idea that that's their responsibility.
Also, the name one call may lull some callers into a false sense of security.
Certainly.
Like, this is one call, I make this one call, why do I need to make a second or third call?
Right. No, agreed. I think there's a little bit of a misnomer. I think it was obviously it was a good idea.
Back 30 years ago. Right?
Sure, it was a good idea, right? But you're right. There is a potential false sense of security, thinking, "Hey, I called 811. I'm good. I'm covered." And no, not necessarily.
So that really, highlights if that's the direction that things are going to go, right? I mean, that's why private utility locators, they really need some guidelines or a specification or something that they adhere to, because how do you ensure that if one call is going to get involved and refer someone to a private locator, right? How does that? How do you ensure that's going to be a quality locate, right?
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
I mean,
yeah, that's a good point.
I know you guys do that.
Yeah, we've got a specification that we follow on every project. It's trained into them as soon as they come in and all through our process. I think it's something we'd love the industry to grab onto. Curious from a SUE perspective, I know that engineering on the back end is really impactful to your product and output, but is the engineering only as good as the locator when you guys are out on job sites? And when you do have a SUE engineering project that you're maybe doing a full level A product on, how do you guys get that consistent output to make sure that your output, the engineer stamp at the end, is solid?
So a lot of that has to do with our quality, our QA/QC, our quality assurance and quality control program. So true in some regards that yes, the locate's only as good as the designator. We call it designating. So the designation is only as good as the designator that was out there and performing the service. But at that point, we also have multiple layers that we look at, where we're not just, expecting one guy to go out there and handle this thing from soup to nuts and the engineer in the office to blindly accept that information. So, the way that our process works is that we are going to try and obtain all of the record data that we can get our hands on. And we're going to take that record data and basically compare that with the information that we derive from the field designations. We're going to look at that data objectively and make some determinations as to whether or not it makes sense. And then at the same time, we typically set aside about 20% of the overall work to be QA'd. So from that point, we will send a third person, a third designator, or maybe a higher level supervisor level person out there to spot check that information and confirm whether or not we have accuracy. We use some other proprietary tools internally, we do, to catalog the information that we collected. So we're collecting information in multiple formats, and then we can look at that information either in CAD or on software platforms, even such as Google Earth or a GIS type platform, where we can overlay multiple pieces of information. We can look at the record data that we received, that we either received it in CAD or we converted it into CAD in some fashion. We receive field sketches that we can convert into a GIS shape file. And then we can take the survey information that we collected and convert that over to a shape file, and we can lay them all on top of each other, and we can start to make some value judgments as to whether or not we have the right information. And we can look at things that we may have missed in the process. It happens, and you have to go back out and do some subsequent data collection.
How many of those utilities are potholed and confirmed?
It's a good point. It depends, again, on what the client is requesting. However, we do pothole some utilities, in situations where we have questions as to what the validity is of what we're seeing, instrumentation-wise, right? So, we'll do a couple of test holes here and there on occasion to, do some confirmation for our own.
But if it's a SUE level A, it requires a certain amount of potholing, right? I mean, that's not every utility though.
Right. Again, that's determined by the client, So there are some caveats, like in the Colorado law. If you're crossing a gravity facility, then you have to have a test hole at that crossing, right? And that may be, client dependent as well. They're going to say, okay, every time we cross a gravity type facility, we need to know, specifics as to the elevation of that facility, and mainly because gravity utilities, you can't shift, right? It's otherwise
you can.
Well, yeah, if you were willing to accept the clogging and the other things, right? But yeah, on the other type utilities, a phone line, for instance. Not that it's not worth knowing exactly where it is, but the idea is that if you found it, you might be able to deflect it a certain amount in order to get your installation past that. So, it depends.
It's almost like there should be a modified law out there where if you're going to do this type of work around critical structures like a hospital or a public facility, whether it's high school, whatever.
Sure.
That level of investigation is done because of that. So because
right.
I recall a couple of years ago there was a directional driller that wanted to save $1,800 a day worth of work, and they went ahead and they did it, and they didn't do the private locate, and they destroyed the communication lines in and out of the hospital. So, that was a really bad day.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Critical infrastructure like that, I think, there should be a higher level of attention paid to that, and how to go about that, I'm not sure, but certainly it's worth the conversation.
Yeah, wastewater treatment facility, water purification facility.
Sure.
Anything that supports the
Power
public
generation,
interest.
yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the other interesting things is that in a lot of 811 jurisdictions, if you will, the water and sewer entities are not required to be members of 811. In Texas, for instance, those municipal providers are not required to be members of 811. Only franchise utilities are required to be. So there is a possibility that you could call 811 and not get all the information that you need. So,
I think we have a question down there.
Again, SUI is more on the data. SUI is more on the data side than the field marking, and it's a very disciplined approach in accordance with the ASC 38. But when it comes to the data sharing and data importing to a system, do you see any resistance from the clients to share the data that you already collected? Can that be used for the future references, or is it only?
So,
can you restate that question real quick? I couldn't hear back.
So I think what he said is if you've already collected, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you have a database, so to speak, of information that you've already collected, can you then utilize that for another project or another entity? Yes. However, that information becomes stale very quickly, and that information could only be looked at as record information going forward. So, in other words, if we did a SUI project all the way up through quality level B on a given stretch of road, for instance, and then following year somebody called us and they said, hey, we know you did quality level B out here, can you just give us that and they certified as quality level B, we would not be able to do that. We would follow the ASCE 38 guideline, which said that that's now quality level D information, and we would have to go out and prove the validity of that information again. That and the fact that the infrastructure changes so quickly. At any given day, there's how many miles of new fiber optic cable is going in on a daily basis?
And from our perspective, not even a year. We've done a locate. We collect all our data via GNSS, save that data in a map. We can provide that to the client. We're generally working on construction sites that are abutting right-of-ways. You've got conflicting private and public assets all over the place. They might have ran a new utility the night before, and a different contractor calls us. We can't just send them the map and say, hey, yeah, here's what we found, because the same exact thing. They might have reinstalled a new asset the day before, and it happens all the time. People don't communicate on job sites even. There's so many moving parts. You'll hit a line that somebody just put in the day before because you didn't think it was there anymore. So certainly can be helpful, but certainly would not excavate or design around former information.
Right.
Okay. I think one of our audience members has a question. Please come up and state your name and company, please.
Fred Lesage with XXL Insurance. Isn't the real issue, we talk about these vital facilities that are out there mapping, whether it's a telecommunication line for a hospital, a gas line, an electric line, some other vital facility, water, you talked about it in Fort Lauderdale, right? Isn't the real issue that the owners don't know where their stuff is? And shouldn't we just require utility owners to at least know where they put these vital pieces of facility that are vital to the entire community? And why isn't that the way we solve this?
Yeah, there was a roundtable earlier, I think, discussing public safety and utility asset protection being a public safety issue. It's completely true. It's a great question.
It is a good question, and I think that boils down to, again, that there needs to be a legislative mandate in order for that to occur. The troubling aspect of that is, like I talked about as-built, and we call them wish builds. I think one of the big deals with that is that most of the infrastructure as it's built by a contractor, and not throwing contractors under the bus in any way, but they are not, generally speaking, operating with the idea that they need to provide hyper-accurate information back to the owner of that asset at some point in time, so they, a lot of times you'll just see them, basically mark on the plans, other than some elevation changes, or if they had to offset it to go around something. In other words, yeah, we installed it per plan. And so I think at that point, it's very difficult for the owner to go back and understand exactly where those facilities are based on that information.
It's difficult, but I mean,
it's not impossible.
Right.
No, I'm saying
so
it's
you
very
have the
difficult.
just things like Point Man and some of the other things that are out there that capture this data.
Right.
I mean, and they did that in Colorado, right?
Still do it.
Yeah.
We have a number of folks that do Point Man collection every day for Colorado DOT.
Yeah. So eventually.
Right. Yeah. The idea is at some point. The interesting thing is that where it's in CDOT right away, in Colorado DOT's right away, they will have information on what's in their right away. But the other cities, what are they going to have? I mean, they're not going to have that level of information.
Yeah, the question comes in too, say you do require that, what do you do when a contractor, and we deal with this all the time, a contractor gets a note from the city or asset owner, whoever it might be, hey, we know we have a water line here, we don't know where it's at, dig at your own risk. And they've got to they still have a job to do.
Right.
But how do you take into account what that risk level is? If we did have some sort of enforcement or some sort of requirement, to the gentleman's point, that would help, but at the same time, we still are going to have a conflict there. How do we solve that problem? Because there's a lot of assets that we don't know where they're at.
There's so many in-service and abandoned assets. I think there is, I could only imagine the number of abandoned assets. Certainly we come across abandoned assets all the time. Things that were abandoned in place in favor of the new improved facility right next to it or on the opposite side of the street or whatever.
And you have to treat that as a working facility.
You have to.
Until you confirm that, it is an abandoned.
Right. And I mean, I'm sure you've probably been there, even, say for instance, the city comes out, their own guy comes out, and they're standing there scratching their head, well, I don't know. Go ahead and cut it. Let's see if it leaks.
Exactly.
They won't know.
Nope, that one's abandoned.
All right, cool. We're coming down the stretch here. We have time for one last question from the audience. Please come up and state your name and company.
You have a plan.
Kevin with GPRS. Quick question on an earlier statement.
Get closer.
In regard to level utility locating. You mentioned that future where SUE would be accepted and private utility locating would only at best be considered level D data. I have some questions about that. So would you agree that a half day or a full day job might be a bit expensive for us to locate? And in that case where we're talking about something under the ground, if a private utility locator had a mandated locating practice as far as their procedure, what's the big difference between a private utility locator and a SUE with that quality level B?
The main difference is going to be that the private utility locator is not under the direction of the engineer that's responsible for signing and sealing the document. So where that engineer has to evaluate that information and have a level of understanding of the competency of the folks that are out there doing it, that's why that exists in the standard. So if you are not a captive employee of that engineer that is going to do that, then how can that engineer know what your quality aspects were and whether or not you met the spirit or the scope of what he assigned that work to be?
That is a fair question. So how many project engineers do you know that are designing entire plans off of just a private locate? Because that's what you're insinuating, right? Is that currently they're designing off of just a private locator design and not a SUE engineer design. and that's where the change would occur, because technically there's no law right now as far as requirement other than Colorado, like we've talked about several times.
Right.
But
So nowadays, many times the design is, other than Colorado, is mostly designed off record information to begin with.
Right.
You know?
That's the cheapest way to do it.
Exactly, exactly. So until somebody has indicated that it is required in some other fashion. So, and you're going to find that with most of the DOTs across the country, they're going to require SUE on the project because they want to avoid, you know, damages, interruptions to
TDOT is one of
traffic.
those, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, but in other instances, yeah, a lot of the, you know, private designers or even municipal designers, they're going to design their project just based on available record information, and then most of the time, like you've probably seen, put that onus back on the bidders that are going to bid on that work and tell them that they, you know, here's the information that was available at the time, and now you have to go out and prove whether or not you can actually build this job the way that we designed it, you know. So.
On that note, I think we are finished with this session, and we continue here tomorrow morning for the live streamers at 9 a.m. The link may be different, but please check your usual sources for the new link. And I want to thank everyone on this roundtable for your participation. Can we give them a quick round of applause, please?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, and see everyone tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Jimmy.
It'll be interesting as the